Then if we go to the Instagram Reels,
Try to tell your cells to stop repairing, stop fighting entropy, stop trying. You can't. Your body has already made the decision. It will try again. Every second, every breath, every heartbeat. And it's not just your body. Your mind does the same thing. No matter how many times you fail, no matter how exhausted you are, Something inside you generates a new desire, a new plan, a new maybe this time. You are not choosing to persist. You are condemned to it. The philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer called this force the will to live. It's not a conscious choice. It's a blind, irrational drive that animates all living things. A force older than thought, older than reason, a metaphysical engine that runs without your permission. You can decide what you do, but you cannot decide what you want. And what you want, buried beneath all the exhaustion and disappointment and logic, is to continue. The only question is, will you move with dignity, or will you be dragged? Samuel Beckett understood this. In his novel, The Unnameable, the final book in a trilogy written in the aftermath of World War II, when Europe was still choking on ash, he gives us a narrator who exists in complete darkness. No body, no name. Maybe not even alive in any traditional sense. Just a voice. And this voice has a problem. It has nothing to say. The universe is empty. All stories have ended. There is no God, no audience, no point. Logic says, be silent. Accept the void. Stop. But the voice can't stop. It speaks. It babbles. It tells fragments of stories to no one. It questions its own existence. Page after page of compulsive speech with no destination. Why? Because silence is death, and the human organism, at its deepest level, is designed to deny death for as long as possible. We speak because we cannot bear the silence. We move because we cannot bear stillness. We try again because the alternative is to sit with full consciousness of our own meaninglessness. And human beings cannot do this for long without fragmenting. Near the end of The Unnameable, Beckett writes, I can't go on, I'll go on. It's not a contradiction, it's a law, the fundamental physics of consciousness. I can't go on is the rational assessment, it's the evidence, it's the exhaustion. I'll go on is the reality. It's what happens anyway. It's biology overriding philosophy. It's the will asserting itself without asking permission. You know this feeling. The moment when you said, I'm done, and meant it. The job you quit. The relationship you ended. The project you abandoned. You swore you'd never go back. You deleted the files. You burned the bridge. You told yourself this was final. And then weeks later, or months later, there you were again, applying for jobs in the same field, downloading the dating app, opening a new document, starting over. Not because you're stupid, not because you forgot the lesson, but because your consciousness generates new desires automatically, because your nervous system cannot tolerate stasis, because you are, at a biological and ontological level, a machine designed to overcome resistance. I know someone who tried to leave their profession 5 times. 5 complete exits. They trained for something else. They took jobs in different industries. They moved to different cities. And each time, within a year, they were back. Not to the same company, not to the same role, but to the same work. Because the work wasn't what they did. It was what they were. And Spinoza, the Dutch Jewish philosopher who ground lenses for a living while writing some of the most radical philosophy of the 17th century, had a word for this. He called it conatus, Latin for striving. He said every entity in existence has one primary drive, to persist in its own being. A rock tries to remain a rock. A tree tries to remain a tree. A human tries to remain human. But deeper than that, a fisherman tries to remain a fisherman. An artist tries to remain an artist. A parent tries to remain a parent. A teacher tries to remain a teacher. Conatus is not just survival. It's your essence trying to realize itself through you. It's not about wanting to live longer. It's about the specific shape of what you are trying to maintain its form against entropy. And when you stop trying, when you give up on the thing that expresses your essence, you're not just stopping an activity. You're committing what Spinoza would call a form of ontological suicide. You're killing what you are. And this is unbearable. More unbearable than failure. More unbearable than humiliation. More unbearable than loss. Because you can survive loss. But you cannot survive the death of your essence while your body keeps breathing. That creates a particular kind of hell. The hell of being alive in a technical sense, but dead in every sense that matters. This is why trying again is not optional. It's the only way to continue existing as yourself. There is an old man named Santiago. He lives in a small fishing village in Cuba. And when Ernest Hemingway's novel, The Old Man and the Sea, begins, Santiago has gone 84 days without catching a single fish. 84 days. Almost 3 months of waking before sunrise in the cold darkness. Preparing the lines with hands that know the work so well they could do it blind. Rowing out into the Gulf Stream while the village still sleeps. Spending entire days under the sun that burns through his shirt and turns his skin to leather. And returning every single evening with an empty boat. In the village, they call him Salau. It's the worst form of unlucky. It doesn't just mean you have bad luck. It means you are bad luck. That you carry it like a disease. That proximity to you will infect others. The other fishermen pity him, which is worse than contempt. The parents forbid their children from working with him. Even Manolin, the boy who loves him like a father, has been forced by his family to fish on a different, luckier boat. Santiago is alone. He is poor in a way that goes beyond money. His shirt is patched so many times it resembles a sail that has been mended forever. Each patch a different shade of sun-faded cloth. He eats what little he can beg or borrow. At night, he talks to himself because there is no one else. He sleeps in a shack with old newspapers for blankets. By any rational standard, Santiago should stop. Any cost-benefit analysis would show that fishing is no longer viable for him. The evidence is overwhelming. 84 consecutive failures. That's not bad luck. That's data. Any reasonable person would retire, take charity, accept that their time has passed, find some other way to survive. But on the morning of the 85th day, before the sun rises in the cold darkness that smells of salt and rotting seaweed, Santiago wakes up. He makes his coffee. He gathers his lines with the same careful attention he's given them for 40 years. And he goes to sea. Not to his usual spots where the water is safe and other fishermen work. He rows further, deeper, into waters where the ocean floor drops away into nothing. Into waters where the other fishermen don't dare go because the fish are bigger and the danger is real. And the distance from shore is too far for old men in small boats. Why does he do this? Not because he has hope that day 85 will be different. Not because he's read something inspirational. Not because he believes in cosmic justice or the idea that persistence guarantees reward. He goes because he is a fisherman. And if he is not fishing, he is not Santiago. He is just an old man waiting to die. This is Spinoza's conatus made flesh. Santiago does not fish to catch fish. He fishes because fishing is his essence trying to realize itself. The act of fishing is how his being persists in being. If he stays on shore, he doesn't just stop fishing. He ceases to exist in any meaningful way. He becomes a ghost, a shell. A man-shaped absence haunting his own shack. Beckett's voice speaks because silence is death. Santiago fishes because land is death. They are both expressing the same fundamental law, the imperative to continue, not because continuation promises anything, but because the alternative is a form of suicide that the organism cannot permit while it still has breath. Identity is not built on results. Identity is built on action, on repetition, on the daily ritual of becoming what you are, regardless of outcome. You do not write because you publish books. You write because you are a writer, and writing is how that essence speaks. You do not love because the love is returned. You love because you are someone capable of love, and loving is how that capacity realizes itself. You do not create because people applaud. You create because creation is the act through which your nature expresses what it cannot say any other way. When the world tells you to stop, when the evidence screams that you should quit, the question is not whether you will succeed. The question is, who will you be if you don't try again? What remains of you when you remove the action that defines you? And the answer, according to both biology and philosophy, is nothing. Nothing that you would recognize as yourself. Santiago rose into deep water because deep water is where fishermen go. The 84 days of failure have not changed who he is. They've only tested whether he knows who he is. And on day 85, he proves he knows. He proves he would rather die as a fisherman who catches nothing than live as anything else. And then something happens. Far out in the blue water, beyond where any sane fisherman would go, beyond where the land is even visible, his line goes tight. Not the small tug of a normal fish, a massive pull, a weight that bends his rod. Not a normal fish, a marlin, a giant, larger than his boat, a creature of such size and power that hooking it is not fortune. It's the beginning of something that might kill him. And so begins the struggle. The fish does not surface. It swims deep and fast, dragging the boat behind it like a toy. Santiago cannot pull it in. The fish is too strong, so he holds the line, wraps it around his back, plants his feet against the side of the boat, and holds on. The first hour passes, then the second. Then the sun sets and night comes, and still the fish swims, pulling the boat further and further from land. Santiago cannot let go of the line even to sleep. He wraps it around his body and lets his weight hold it. The line cuts into his shoulders, his back, his hands, but he holds on. Day 1 becomes day 2. The sun rises again, and Santiago is still there, still holding the line, still being pulled by a fish he has never seen. His hands begin to bleed. The line has cut through the calluses he's built over decades of fishing. He wraps cloth around his palms, but the blood soaks through. The cloth becomes dark and stiff. His hands cramp. The muscles lock into position wrapped around the line. He cannot open his fingers anymore. They've become claws, frozen in place. He tries to flex them and the pain shoots up his arms like fire. But he holds on. He eats raw fish to stay alive. Small fish that come near the boat. He tears them with his teeth because his hands won't release the line. He chews mechanically, swallows without tasting. The fish is just fuel, just protein to keep the muscles working. He drinks water from a bottle he can barely hold. Some of it spills down his chin. He doesn't care. Day 2 becomes day 3. The sun sets again. Santiago has been in the boat for 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. His back is raw where the line cuts into it. His shoulders are on fire. His hands have gone past pain into a kind of numbness that's worse because he's not sure if they're still attached to his body or if they've become separate things, independent claws that no longer belong to him. He talks to the fish, not to himself, to the fish. "Fish," he says softly in the darkness. "I do not know if you are male or female, but I call you brother. You are strong and beautiful, and you pull well, but I will kill you before the day ends." And then, quieter, "Or you will kill me. That would be fair. But I will stay with you until one of us is dead." This is not madness. This is something else. This is the moment when the struggle stops being about winning and becomes about something deeper. Santiago has begun to respect the fish, then to pity it, then to love it in a way that has nothing to do with sentiment and everything to do with recognition. He recognizes the fish's conatus, its own drive to persist in being. The fish is trying to remain free the same way Santiago is trying to remain a fisherman. They are both expressions of the same fundamental force, the will to live, the will to be, and they are locked together in a contest where only one can survive. But Santiago does not hate the fish. He loves it. He calls it brother. Because in this moment, the fish is the only thing in the universe that understands what he is. The only thing that is also trying with everything it has. The only thing that is also willing to die rather than surrender. The rational move is to cut the line, save yourself, go home. You've already proven you can hook a giant. You've already shown you're still capable. Let it go. But Santiago doesn't cut it, because cutting the line would be betraying the fish, betraying the struggle, betraying the only thing that's made him feel alive in 84 days. Schopenhauer said the will to live is blind and irrational. It doesn't promise happiness. It doesn't care about your comfort. It just wants to continue. And sometimes, like now, with Santiago being dragged further and further from shore by a fish that might kill him, the will demands suffering. It demands that you hold the line, even when holding it makes no sense, even when letting go would be logical, and you hold on anyway. Not because you're naive, but because the will doesn't ask permission. It asserts itself through you, and all you can do is decide whether you'll hold the line with consciousness and dignity, or whether you'll be dragged unconscious into the deep. On the third day, the fish finally tires. It begins to circle, to come closer to the surface. Santiago sees it for the first time. It is massive, purple and silver, beautiful in a way that makes his chest hurt. He has never seen anything like it. He pulls it closer, wraps the line, pulls again. His hands are useless now. They're not hands anymore. They're just broken things at the ends of his arms. But he uses his back, his shoulders, his legs. He uses everything he has left. And finally, after 3 days and 2 nights, he gets the fish alongside the boat. He takes his harpoon, raises it with arms that shake, and drives it into the fish's heart. The fish dies. Santiago lashes it to the side of his skiff. It is longer than the boat, the largest marlin anyone in the village has ever seen. This is vindication. This is fortune. This is proof that the 84 days were not wasted, that he is still Santiago, that he can still go out too far and come back with something impossible. He sets the sail for home. The wind is good. He'll be back by nightfall. He can already imagine it. The other fishermen gathering around, the measuring, the respect returning, the proof lashed to the side of his boat that he is not Salau, that he never was. But Hemingway does not write fairy tales. He writes about reality, and reality has a rule that Schopenhauer understood. The will to live is not just in you, it's in everything, including the things that hunt. The blood from the marlin trails in the water, a dark ribbon spreading behind the boat, and the sharks smell it. The first one appears an hour after Santiago starts for home, a mako shark, 10 feet long, blue and beautiful and built for killing. A perfect predator. Santiago sees it coming, sees the dorsal fin cutting the surface, sees the dark shape accelerating toward the boat. He knows what's about to happen. He knows, with the terrible clarity that comes from 40 years of fishing, that the fight has just begun and he has already lost. He could surrender now. Let the shark take its share. He already caught the fish. He already proved what he needed to prove. He could let nature take its course and arrive home safe with whatever's left. But he doesn't. He picks up his harpoon, plants his feet. And when the shark reaches the marlin, when it opens its mouth to tear into the flesh, Santiago drives the harpoon into its brain. The shark dies instantly, but its weight pulls the harpoon from Santiago's hands. It sinks into the dark water, taking his best weapon with it. Now Santiago is disarmed, his hands are destroyed. He has no harpoon. And more sharks are coming. He can see the fins. 3 of them, 4, drawn by the blood spreading in the water. They are not Marcos, they are Galanos, shovel-nosed sharks, scavengers. They come in fast and ugly, all teeth and efficiency. They hit the marlin from different angles, tearing, ripping. Santiago lashes his knife to an oar, uses it like a spear. He kills one. The blade breaks off in its body. Now he has no knife. He fights with the oar itself, clubbing at the sharks when they come close. The wood splinters. He fights with the broken tiller from the rudder. He fights in the darkness when the sun sets, and he can no longer see the sharks. He swings at the sounds of flesh being torn, the sounds of feeding. He swings until his arms won't lift anymore, until the tiller breaks completely, until he has nothing left but his broken hands. And still they come, through the night, wave after wave, taking the fish piece by piece. He can hear it happening, can hear his 3 days of suffering being devoured, can hear his proof disappearing into the bellies of sharks that didn't fight for it, that didn't earn it, that are just taking it because blood in the water is an invitation. When dawn comes, when the feeding finally stops, when Santiago looks at what's left of the marlin, he sees bones. Just bones. The head, the tail, the long white spine picked clean. 18 feet of skeleton lashed to the side of his boat. All the meat is gone. All the value is gone. All the proof that matters to the world is gone. From a pragmatic standpoint, from the perspective of outcomes and results and return on investment, Santiago has failed completely. 3 days of superhuman effort, 3 days of pain and bleeding and not sleeping and talking to a fish in the darkness. And he returns with garbage. If you measure success by what you can sell, Santiago caught nothing. If you measure success by what others can see, Santiago has nothing to show. If you measure success by whether the sharks took it, Santiago lost everything. But Santiago, looking at the skeleton in the grey morning light, says something to himself, quietly, just for himself, not for the world, not for anyone else who will never understand. He says, a man can be destroyed, but not defeated. And this is where everything turns. This is where the philosophy becomes something you can hold in your hands. Because these 2 words, destroyed and defeated, they sound similar, but they mean completely different things. Destruction is physical. Your body can break. Your work can be taken. Your dreams can be eaten by sharks that didn't earn them. This is destruction. It's external, it's material, and it's inevitable. Entropy destroys everything eventually. Every body fails. Every work crumbles. Every dream meets its sharks. But defeat is different. Defeat is spiritual. Defeat is internal. Defeat happens when you consent to the destruction. when you agree with it, when you say, I shouldn't have tried, when you say, I was a fool for hoping, when you say, the 84 days were right, and day 85 was the delusion. Defeat happens when you internalize the world's judgment, when you let the sharks eat not just the fish, but also the meaning of having fought for it. Santiago was destroyed. The physical result of his effort was taken from him, but he was not defeated, because he forced the universe to take the fish from him piece by piece. He made chaos work for its meal. He did not surrender. He did not cut the line. He fought with harpoon, then knife, then oar, then broken wood, then his useless hands. He fought until there was nothing left to fight with, and that refusal to consent, that insistence on making the sharks pay for every piece they took, that is what separated destruction from defeat. The outcome was the same. The fish was eaten, but the meaning was different, because Santiago chose how he lost. And this is the only freedom that biology and philosophy actually offer you. You don't get to choose whether you'll suffer. You don't get to choose whether the sharks will come. You don't get to choose whether entropy will destroy your work. All of that is guaranteed, but you do get to choose how you engage with the destruction. You get to choose whether you'll fight or surrender, whether you'll hold the line or cut it, whether you'll arrive home with a skeleton that proves you fought something worthy, or whether you'll arrive home with nothing because you never went deep enough to hook the giant in the first place. When Santiago arrives at the harbor, it's night. The village is dark. No one sees him tie up the boat. No one sees him step onto the dock with legs that barely work. No one sees him look back at the skeleton lashed to the side of his skiff one final time. He unties the mast, the wooden pole that holds the sail. It's heavy, heavier than it's ever been because his body is finished. But he lifts it onto his shoulder, and he begins walking up the hill toward his shack. He has to stop 5 times to rest. 5 times he puts the mast down, sits on the ground, waits for his heart to slow. 5 times he picks it up again and continues walking. He carries the weight of his failure on his back like a cross. He reaches his shack, drinks some water. His hands shake so badly he spills most of it. He doesn't care. He collapses onto his bed, covered with old newspapers, and he sleeps. Not the sleep of comfort, not the sleep of success, but the sleep of total exhaustion. The sleep of someone who gave everything and has nothing left. The sleep of the utterly spent. And in his sleep, he dreams. He dreams of lions. Young lions he saw as a boy in Africa, playing on a beach at dusk, golden and vital and free, rolling in the sand, fighting in play, living without thought of failure or success or sharks, just living. Why does he dream of lions? Because his spirit is untouched. The sharks took the meat, they took the money, they took the proof that the world would recognize, but they could not take what he proved to himself. They could not take the fact that he went out too far, that he hooked the giant, that he held the line for 3 days, that when the sharks came, he fought them until he had nothing left to fight with. The skeleton lashed to his boat is not a monument to failure. It's a monument to capacity, to the ability to suffer for something, to the willingness to try in deep water, to the refusal to cut the line even when cutting it would be logical. In the morning, the other fishermen gather at the dock. They see the skeleton. They measure it from nose to tail. 18 feet. They stand in silence. They have never seen bones this large. They look at each other and they know. They know what Santiago fought. They know what it cost him. A tourist walks by. A woman. She sees the skeleton and asks a waiter what happened. Tiburon, he says. Sharks. She looks at the skeleton and says, I didn't know sharks had such beautiful tails. She thinks the skeleton is the shark. She thinks she's looking at the predator. She doesn't understand that she's looking at what remains of the prey, at what the sharks couldn't destroy completely, at the proof that something fought and suffered and refused to surrender. She doesn't understand. The world will never understand your battle. They will see the results and make their judgments. They will see the bones and think they know the whole story. They will make comments. They will offer condolences. They will give advice about what you should have done differently. But it doesn't matter what they see. It doesn't matter what they understand, because you're not fighting for their understanding. You're fighting to prove something to yourself. And Santiago, sleeping in his shack while the village wakes and measures and talks, he already knows what he proved. He proved he's still a fisherman. He proved the 84 days didn't change what he is. He proved he can still go out too far and hook something that might kill him and hold on anyway. That's what Spinoza's conatus looks like when it's put under maximum pressure. It's not success. It's not achievement. It's not the marlin arriving intact. It's the refusal to stop being what you are, even when being what you are costs everything. Santiago persisted in being a fisherman, not because fishing was profitable, but because fishing was his essence. And the skeleton is proof that his essence survived contact with chaos. It survived the sharks. It survived the loss. It survived the destruction. And this brings us back to where we started. Back to Beckett's paradox. Back to the voice in the darkness that cannot stop speaking, even though there's nothing to say and no one listening. Santiago, sleeping in his shack, is living proof of what Beckett meant. He can't go on. The evidence is clear. The fish is gone. His body is broken. He's 84 days of failure, plus 1 day of catastrophic loss. Logic says stop. Dignity says rest. Wisdom says accept. But he'll go on. Because he's a fisherman, and fishermen fish. Because his conatus demands it. Because Schopenhauer's will to live asserts itself without asking permission. Because in a few days, when his hands heal and his back stops screaming, he'll prepare his lines again. He'll row out again. Maybe he'll catch something. Probably he won't. But that's not the point anymore. The point is the action itself. The daily ritual of being what you are regardless of outcome. The persistence of essence, even when essence produces nothing the world values. Beckett gives us the theory. I can't go on, I'll go on. Santiago gives us the practice. Destroyed, but not defeated. And now, the question turns to you. Because you're not in a boat in the Gulf Stream. You're sitting where you are, and you're tired. Existentially tired. Not the tiredness that sleep fixes. The exhaustion of existing, of waking up every day and having to be someone, of carrying the weight of your own consciousness. You've had your 84 days. Maybe you're in them right now. The applications that go unanswered. The project that won't launch. The relationship that won't heal. The body that won't cooperate. The dream that stays a dream no matter how much effort you pour into it. And you've tried. You've tried so many times that trying has started to feel like insanity. Like you're the only one who doesn't understand that the definition of madness is doing the same thing and expecting different results. Like you're Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the mountain, except you don't even get the dignity of mythology. You're just someone who keeps trying and keeps failing. And the world is running out of patience with your persistence. And the rational part of your brain is saying what it should say. Stop. The evidence is overwhelming. Cut your losses. Accept reality. Move on to something more realistic. Something safer. Something that doesn't require you to go out so far. But there's another part. Deeper than rationality. Older than logic. the part that Schopenhauer called the will, the part that Spinoza called conatus, the part that Beckett's voice represents, and that part is preparing to try again. Not because it believes this time will be different, not because it has new information that changes the odds, not because it's naive about the sharks, but because trying is what it does. Because you are not just a person who wants things, you are a configuration of matter and consciousness whose fundamental nature is to strive, to persist, to continue being what you are. And what you are is not defined by your results. It's defined by your actions, by the thing you keep doing, even when doing it makes no sense, even when the evidence says stop, even when the sharks have already eaten 84 days of effort. You keep doing it because stopping would mean you are no longer you. It would mean ontological death while your body keeps breathing. And that, according to both biology and philosophy, is unbearable. More unbearable than failure. More unbearable than the sharks. More unbearable than coming home with bones. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, but what if I'm wrong? What if I'm not Santiago going out on day 85? What if I'm just delusional? What if I'm the person who should stop but won't admit it? What if my persistence isn't noble? What if it's just pathology? And that's a fair question, because persistence is not always virtue. Sometimes it's obsession. Sometimes it's the inability to accept reality. Sometimes it's the gambler who keeps betting, because admitting the money is gone would mean admitting they wasted years. So how do you know the difference? How do you know if you're Santiago, or if you're just someone who can't let go? And the answer, uncomfortable as it is this: you don't know. Not for certain. Not while you're in it. Santiago didn't know on the morning of day 85 whether he was a fisherman proving his essence or an old man in denial about his decline. He only knew after. After the marlin, after the sharks, after the skeleton. You only know in retrospect. And retrospect requires that you try, that you go out too far, that you hook the giant, that you hold the line and fight the sharks and come back with whatever survives. Only then do you know what you were doing. But here's what you can know now. If you stop, you'll never know. If you cut the line before you go deep enough, if you stay in shallow water where it's safe, if you let the fear of being wrong prevent you from trying, you guarantee that you'll never have an answer. You guarantee that you'll reach the end of your life with the question still open, with the what if echoing in the silence. And that uncertainty, that permanent openness, that's its own form of death. The death of never knowing what you were capable of never testing your essence against something worthy, of never finding out if you could hold the line for 3 days. Santiago chose to find out. He chose to risk being the delusional old man. He chose to risk the sharks. He chose to risk coming home with nothing. Because the alternative, staying on shore and never knowing, was worse than any possible failure at sea. And when you frame it that way, when you understand that trying again is not about guaranteeing success, but about refusing permanent uncertainty, the choice becomes different. It's not about naive hope. It's about which kind of suffering you prefer. The suffering of trying and failing, or the suffering of never having tried and spending the rest of your life wondering. Both are suffering. Schopenhauer was right about that. The will to live guarantees suffering, but you get to choose which flavor. You get to choose whether you want the sharp pain of the line cutting your hands, or the dull ache of the unopened question. Santiago chose the line. Beckett's voice chose to speak. And their suffering had meaning, because it was chosen consciously. It was suffering in service of essence, rather than suffering in avoidance of risk. What nobody tells you about trying again is that it's not about building towards success. It's about constructing something inside yourself that the sharks can't eat. Every time you try, every time you fail, every time you get back up, you're building an internal skeleton, a structure of resilience, a proof of capacity. The first time you tried and failed, it destroyed you. You couldn't get out of bed for days. The second time it hurt, but you recovered faster. The third time, you already knew the sharks were coming, and you fought them anyway. The fourth time, you fought them better. Each iteration builds something, not success, but dignity, not achievement, but character, not results, but essence. This is what Beckett meant in another work, Worsted Hoe, when he wrote, "Ever tried, ever failed, no matter. Try again, fail better." He's not promising eventual success. Read it again, fail again. He's guaranteeing more failure, but qualified failure. Fail better. Each time you try, you can fail with more consciousness, more dignity, more understanding of what you're doing and why. The first failure was collapse. You didn't see it coming. It crushed you. Outcome changes. But because your relationship to the outcome changes, because you transform from someone who fails and is defeated by it, to someone who fails and is merely destroyed by it. And destroyed is not defeated. Santiago taught us that. Destroyed is physical. Destroyed is temporary. Destroyed is something that happens to your body while your spirit remains intact. Defeated is when you let the destruction define you, when you internalize it, when you agree with it, when you say the sharks were right to take the fish and you were wrong to hook it in the first place. Santiago refused that agreement. He looked at the skeleton and saw proof, not failure. He looked at his broken hands and saw evidence of having held something worth holding. He looked at his exhaustion and saw the price of having tried in deep water. And because he refused to be defeated, because he maintained the distinction between what happened to him and what he is, he could sleep. He could dream of lions. He could wake up, and eventually, when his body healed, he could prepare his lines and row out again. Not because he's stupid, not because he didn't learn, but because he's a fisherman. And fishermen fish. That's what conatus means. That's what the will demands. That's what the voice in Beckett's darkness cannot stop doing. You're going to wake up tomorrow. This is not optional. Your biology has already decided. The sun is going to rise whether you're ready or not. Your heart is going to beat. Your lungs are going to pull air. Your consciousness is going to generate desires and plans. And that quiet voice that says, maybe this time. Schopenhauer's will doesn't ask permission. Spinoza's conatus doesn't wait for you to feel ready. The imperative to continue is not a choice you make. It's a force that moves through you. The only choice you have is whether you'll engage with it consciously or whether you'll pretend you're not trying while you try anyway. You can do it badly, resentfully, while lying to yourself that this is definitely the last time, while apologizing to everyone for still hoping, while making jokes about your own persistence to soften the embarrassment of caring about something. Or you can do it with the dignity of someone who understands what they're doing, who knows the sharks are already in the water, who knows the skeleton might be all they bring back, who knows that 3 days of holding the line might end with nothing the world recognizes as valuable, and who tries anyway, not because trying guarantees anything, but because trying is the only act through which your essence can speak. Because conatus is not about winning. It's about persisting in being what you are. Because I can't go on is true, and I'll go on is also true, and you live in the paradox between them. Santiago is going to wake up. Maybe not tomorrow, Maybe he needs a week to heal first. But he'll wake up and he'll feel it. The pull, the line going tight somewhere inside him. The part of him that is a fisherman preparing to fish again. And he'll have a choice that's not really a choice. He'll remember the 84 days. He'll remember the sharks. He'll remember everything he lost. And he'll prepare his lines anyway. Because the alternative is to stop being Santiago. And that's the one thing his conatus cannot permit while he's still breathing. Beckett's voice is going to speak again, into the darkness, with no one listening. For no reason that makes sense. Because the voice speaks. That's what it is. That's what it does. And silence, even rational silence, even justified silence, is still death. And you're going to try again. Maybe not today. Maybe you need to sleep first. Maybe you need to dream of lions. Maybe you need to let your hands heal and your back stop screaming. Maybe you need to sit with the skeleton for a while and understand what it proves. But when you wake, when the exhaustion has transformed into something harder, when the wound has scarred over into something you can use, you'll feel it. The pull, the imperative, the will asserting itself, the conatus preparing to strive again, and you'll prepare your lines. You'll check your equipment. You'll look at the deep water, and you'll know the sharks are there. You'll know the odds. You'll know that 3 days of suffering might end with bones. And you'll go anyway. Not because you're a hero. Not because you believe in fairy tales about persistence paying off. Not because someone told you to never give up. But because the only alternative is to stop being what you are. And that, according to biology and philosophy and the lived experience of every person who has ever tried and failed and tried again, is the one thing you cannot do while you're still breathing. The only choice you have is to try again. Not to win, not to succeed, not to bring home meat that the world can measure and price and respect, but to persist in your being, to express your essence, to hold the line even when the sharks circle, to bring back the skeleton, to prove to yourself that you can still go out too far, to sleep the sleep of the utterly spent, to dream of lions, and then, when dawn comes, to wake up and prepare to do it all over again. Santiago knows this. Beckett knows this. And now you know it too. The line is in your hands. The deep water is calling. The sharks are already circling. Try again. Somewhere around the 4th century, in the scorching deserts of Egypt, thousands of men abandoned civilization to live alone in caves and huts scattered across the sand. They were the Desert Fathers, monks who believed that the only way to find God was to strip away everything else. No possessions, no distractions, no comfort, just prayer, fasting, and the relentless heat of the Egyptian sun. And they discovered something that would haunt humanity for the next 17 centuries. Around noon each day, when the sun reached its peak and the heat became unbearable, a strange force would descend upon them. It wasn't hunger, it wasn't thirst, it wasn't exhaustion, though all of those were present. It was something else, a restlessness, an inability to focus, a desperate urge to be anywhere but where they were, doing anything but what they were supposed to do. They called it the noonday demon. One of them, a monk named Evagrius Ponticus, described it like this: the demon of acedia makes the sun appear to barely move, or not move at all. It makes the days seem 50 hours long. Then it compels the monk to look constantly at the window, to jump out and walk, to gaze carefully at the sun to see how far it is from the 9th hour, and to look around in all directions. Sound familiar? Because that demon didn't stay in the desert. It followed humanity through the centuries, adapting to each new era, finding new disguises. And right now, in this moment, it's probably sitting somewhere inside your chest, whispering the same thing it whispered to those monks 1600 years ago. Not yet. Not now. later, tomorrow, when conditions are better, when you feel ready, when you have more time, more energy, more motivation. The ancients called it acedia. The medieval church called it sloth. Modern psychology might call it avoidance, resistance, or self-sabotage. I call it the addiction to mediocrity. And if you don't understand how it works, you'll spend your entire life running from a demon you never even knew was chasing you. Let me tell you what your brain is doing to you right now. There's a system inside your skull that scientists call homeostasis. It's the same mechanism that keeps your body temperature at 98.6 degrees, that makes you hungry when your blood sugar drops, that makes you sleepy when you've been awake too long. It's your body's way of maintaining equilibrium, of keeping things stable, of making sure nothing changes too dramatically too fast. And here's what nobody tells you. Your brain applies this same logic to your behavior. Your neural circuitry doesn't distinguish between physical survival and psychological comfort. As far as your brain is concerned, the familiar is safe and the unfamiliar is potentially lethal. That's why change feels like threat. That's why growth feels like danger. That's why the moment you decide to do something meaningful, something difficult, something that could actually alter the trajectory of your life, your brain starts screaming at you to stop. Not because you're weak, not because you lack discipline, because you're running software that was designed for a world where stepping outside the cave could get you killed. The monks in the desert understood this, even without the vocabulary of neuroscience. They knew that something inside them wanted to stay comfortable, to stop the difficult work of spiritual discipline, to abandon the cell and return to the easy pleasures of civilization. They personified that force as a demon, because that's how it felt. Like something external, like something attacking them. But here's the twist they didn't see coming. The demon isn't external. It's you. It's a part of your own neural architecture, doing exactly what it was designed to do. Keeping you safe, keeping you stable, keeping you mediocre. Your brain runs on a chemical called dopamine. You've probably heard of it. Most people think dopamine is the pleasure chemical, the thing that makes you feel good when you eat chocolate or have sex or scroll through social media. That's not quite right. Dopamine isn't about pleasure. It's about anticipation. It's about motivation. It's the chemical that makes you want things. When something in your environment suggests a potential reward, your dopamine system fires up. It creates desire, craving, the urge to pursue. And when you get the reward, the dopamine drops. The chase is over. Time to find something new to want. Here's where it gets interesting. Researchers have discovered that dopamine doesn't respond to predictable rewards. If you know exactly what's coming and when, your dopamine system gets bored. It stops firing. The thing that used to excite you becomes background noise. But if the reward is uncertain, if there's a chance you might get something good, but you don't know when or how, that's when dopamine goes crazy. That's why gambling is addictive. That's why social media is addictive. That's why your phone is designed to give you variable rewards at unpredictable intervals. Your brain is hardwired to crave uncertainty. And here's the part that applies to mediocrity. Your dopamine system also responds to novelty. New experiences, new challenges, new environments. These trigger dopamine release. They make you feel alive, engaged, motivated. But if you stay in the same place, doing the same things, following the same routines, your dopamine baseline drops. You become numb. The world feels grey and flat. You lose motivation, not because you're lazy, but because your brain has habituated to its environment. There's nothing new to want. The monks called this the demon making the day feel 50 hours long. Your neuroscience textbook calls it dopamine downregulation in response to environmental predictability. Same phenomenon, different vocabulary. But wait, if the brain craves novelty, why do people stay stuck in mediocrity? Why don't they just go seek new experiences, new challenges, new ways of being? Because there's another system fighting against the dopamine system, and it's even more powerful. It's called the threat detection system, and it's centered in a part of your brain called the amygdala. This is the part that scans your environment for danger. It's ancient, it's fast, and it's incredibly sensitive. It evolved when we were prey animals, when the cost of missing a threat was death. And here's the thing about your amygdala. It doesn't distinguish between physical threats and psychological ones. Getting fired feels like getting eaten by a lion. Public humiliation feels like getting exiled from the tribe. Failure feels like death. So you have two systems at war inside your skull. The dopamine system that craves novelty, challenge, growth, and the threat detection system that screams danger every time you try something new, every time you risk failure, every time you step outside the boundary of the familiar. Most people don't experience this as an internal conflict. They experience it as paralysis, as procrastination, as the strange inability to do the things they know they should do. They tell themselves they'll start tomorrow, they'll work on it later, they'll get to it when they have more time. What's actually happening is that their threat detection system has hijacked their decision-making. The prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that does rational planning and long-term thinking, gets overridden by the amygdala. You become emotionally reactive instead of strategically proactive. The monks in the desert noticed this too. They observed that acedia didn't just make them restless, it made them stupid. It clouded their thinking. It made them unable to remember why they were there in the first place. One monk wrote, "A kind of unreasonable confusion of mind takes possession of him like some foul darkness." That foul darkness is your amygdala shutting down your prefrontal cortex. It's your brain choosing the illusion of safety over the reality of growth. So what do you do about it? The Desert Fathers had some ideas. They developed practices, rituals, and techniques for fighting the noonday demon. And surprisingly, their solutions align almost perfectly with what modern neuroscience would recommend. First, they understood that you can't think your way out of acedia. The demon doesn't respond to logic or argument. You can't reason with it. You can't convince yourself to feel different. The only way out is through action. The monk John Cassian wrote, "The remedy for acedia is not to give in to it, not to flee the cell, to stay and do the work, even when every fiber of your being wants to run." This sounds brutal. It is brutal, but it's also neurologically sound. When you take action despite fear, despite resistance, despite the screaming of your threat detection system, something happens in your brain. The amygdala, which is fundamentally a learning system, starts to recalibrate. It notices that you took the scary action and you didn't die. The threat wasn't real. Next time, it fires a little less intensely. Psychologists call this exposure therapy. The monks called it endurance. Same thing, different century. Second, the Desert Fathers understood that the demon attacks hardest at specific moments. Noon, when the sun is highest and the heat is worst. When you've been working all morning and the end is still hours away. When the task ahead feels impossible and the temptation to quit is overwhelming. This isn't random. The body and brain have rhythms. Energy fluctuates. Willpower depletes. There are moments in every day, every project, every meaningful endeavor when the resistance spikes, when the demon shows up. The monks didn't try to eliminate these moments. They expected them. They prepared for them. They knew that when the noonday demon arrived, the solution wasn't to fight harder, but to outlast it. Because here's what the monks discovered. The demon always leaves. It doesn't stay forever. If you can hold your position, if you can refuse to flee the cell, if you can keep doing the work even when it feels pointless, eventually the demon gets bored and moves on. Neuroscience confirms this. The amygdala's threat response is intense, but temporary. It's designed for immediate danger, not prolonged stress. If you can ride out the spike of fear, the spike of resistance, the spike of desperate wanting to quit, your brain will eventually return to baseline. The problem is that most people don't know this. They feel the demon arrive, and they assume it's going to stay forever. So they quit. They flee the cell. They choose comfort over endurance. And every time they do, they teach their brain that the threat was real, that fleeing was the right choice, that mediocrity is the safe option. Third, the Desert Fathers discovered something counterintuitive. The demon of acedia often disguises itself as legitimate needs. It doesn't say quit because you're lazy. It says you should visit your brother. He might need help. It says you should take a break. You've been working hard. It says maybe this isn't your calling. Maybe God wants you somewhere else. In other words, the demon speaks in the language of rationality, compassion, and wisdom. It sounds reasonable. It sounds like self-care. It sounds like listening to your body. And sometimes it is those things. Sometimes you do need rest. Sometimes your brother does need help. Sometimes you are pursuing the wrong path. But the monks learned to be suspicious of any thought that arose during the attack of Acedia. Because the demon is clever. It knows your values, your vulnerabilities, your justifications. It uses them against you. Modern psychology has a name for this too. Rationalization, the cognitive process by which you construct reasonable sounding explanations for emotionally driven decisions. You're not quitting because you're scared. You're pivoting because you've learned something. You're not avoiding the hard work. You're being strategic about your energy management. The monks would have recognized this game immediately. There's a study that researchers at Stanford conducted a few years ago that illustrates this perfectly. They put subjects in an MRI machine and gave them a simple task. Resist eating a piece of chocolate that was placed in front of them. Not forever, just for a few minutes. What they discovered was fascinating. The people who successfully resisted didn't have stronger willpower. They had different brain activation patterns. Specifically, they showed increased activity in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the region associated with abstract reasoning and future thinking. In other words, the successful resistors weren't gritting their teeth harder. They were thinking differently. They were connecting the present moment to their future goals. They were seeing the chocolate not as an isolated temptation, but as a choice that rippled forward in time. The failures, by contrast, showed heightened activity in the ventral striatum, the reward center. They were locked into the present moment, unable to see beyond the immediate gratification. This is exactly what the monks were describing. Acedia traps you in the present. It makes the discomfort feel eternal. It severs your connection to the future self, who will benefit from your current suffering. The solution isn't more willpower. It's cognitive reframing. It's learning to see the present moment in the context of the longer arc. There's another piece of neuroscience that the monks stumbled onto without knowing it. Your brain has two major operating systems. The first is what scientists call the default mode network. This is the part of your brain that activates when you're not focused on any particular task. It's the daydreaming system, the rumination system, the what's wrong with my life system. Research shows that the default mode network is most active during periods of unfocused attention. When you're scrolling your phone, when you're letting your mind wander, when you're not engaged in anything demanding. And here's the problem. The default mode network is also associated with depression, anxiety, and negative self-talk. The more time you spend in default mode, the more your brain generates worry, regret, and self-criticism. The second operating system is called the task-positive network. This is the part of your brain that activates when you're focused on something challenging. When you're solving a problem, creating something, doing work that requires your full attention. The task-positive network and the default mode network are mutually inhibitory. When one is active, the other is suppressed. You can't be in both at once. This means something profound, focused work isn't just productive, it's protective. When you're engaged in challenging activity, your brain literally cannot generate the anxious, ruminative, self-critical thoughts that fuel acedia. The monks discovered this empirically. They noticed that the demon attacked most viciously during idle moments. When the work was flowing, when the prayers were focused, the demon couldn't get a foothold. It was only when attention wandered, when focus broke, that the restlessness flooded in. Their solution: structured activity. Fill the day with practice. Don't leave gaps for the demon to exploit. Modern psychology calls this behavioral activation. The treatment for depression and anxiety isn't to feel better first and then do things. It's to do things first, and the feelings follow. But here's where it gets tricky. The monks knew that acedia wasn't just about individual behavior. It was contagious. One of the Desert Fathers, Abba Antony, warned his followers, just as fish die if they stay too long out of water, so the monks who loiter outside their cells or pass their time with men of the world lose the intensity of inner peace. In other words, environment matters. The people around you matter. The culture you immerse yourself in matters. This aligns with modern research on social contagion. Your behavior is influenced by the behavior of the people around you, often without your awareness. If your friends are overweight, you're more likely to become overweight. If your friends smoke, you're more likely to smoke. If your friends are mediocre, you're more likely to be mediocre. Not because you consciously imitate them, because your brain's threat detection system calibrates itself to social norms. What the group does becomes the baseline. What the group avoids becomes dangerous. This is why changing your environment is often more powerful than changing your mind. The monks didn't just fight acedia through willpower. They built communities, rules, and structures that made mediocrity harder and excellence easier. They understood something that modern self-help often forgets. You are not an isolated individual struggling against your own demons. You are a social creature embedded in systems that either support or undermine your efforts. If you want to break the addiction to mediocrity, look at your environment. Look at your relationships. Look at the inputs you're consuming, the conversations you're having, the norms you're absorbing. The demon doesn't just live in your head. It lives in the culture around you. Here's what the Desert Fathers understood that most self-help culture has forgotten. Mediocrity is not a passive state. It's an active choice. It's a daily practice. It's something you have to work at maintaining, even if that work is invisible to you. Every time you scroll instead of create, every time you consume instead of produce, every time you choose the easy path, the familiar path, the path of least resistance, you're not doing nothing. You're training your brain. You're strengthening the neural pathways of avoidance. You're building the habit of surrender. And the more you do it, the easier it becomes. Not because you're getting better at life, but because you're getting better at running away from it. The monks had a term for this. They called it leaving the cell. The cell was the small room where the monk lived and prayed and did the hard work of spiritual discipline. Leaving the cell meant abandoning the practice, giving up, seeking distraction, company, comfort, anything but the difficult work that was required. And the monks noticed something important. Once you leave the cell, it's harder to go back. Each departure makes the next one easier. Each surrender weakens your ability to resist the next attack. This is what I mean by the addiction to mediocrity. It's not that mediocrity feels good. It doesn't. It feels grey and empty and unsatisfying. But it's familiar. It's predictable. It doesn't trigger the threat detection system. And every time you choose it, you reinforce the neural pathways that make it the default. You become addicted not to pleasure, but to the absence of discomfort. And in a world full of challenges and growth opportunities, the absence of discomfort means the absence of life. So how do you break the addiction? The monks had a simple answer, though simple doesn't mean easy. Stay in the cell. That's it. When the demon comes, don't leave. When the restlessness hits, don't move. When every fiber of your being wants to be somewhere else, doing something else, being someone else, stay exactly where you are. Not forever. Not until it kills you. Just until the demon leaves. Because it will leave. The spike will pass. The resistance will fade. And on the other side of that resistance is something the monks called hesychia, a Greek word meaning stillness, peace, inner quiet. But here's the part they don't put in the inspirational quotes. You have to go through the demon to get there. There's no shortcut, no life hack, no 5-minute morning routine that magically dissolves the noonday demon. You have to sit with the discomfort until the discomfort loses its power. And you have to do it again tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that. This is why most people stay mediocre, not because they don't know what to do, because they're not willing to feel what it takes. Let me translate this into modern terms. Your version of the cell is whatever work matters most to you. The creative project you've been avoiding, the business you've been meaning to start, the difficult conversation you've been postponing, the skill you've been wanting to develop but never quite get around to. Your version of the demon is the resistance you feel when you sit down to do that work. The restlessness, the distraction, the sudden urgent need to check your phone, clean your room, do anything but the thing in front of you. Your version of leaving the cell is all the ways you escape. The YouTube rabbit holes, the social media scrolling, the busy work that feels productive but isn't, the elaborate planning and preparation that never turns into action. And your version of staying in the cell is exactly what you think it is. Doing the work anyway. sitting with the discomfort, refusing to flee. Not because you feel motivated, not because it's easy, not because some video on the internet made you feel briefly inspired, because you've decided that mediocrity is no longer an acceptable outcome for your life. The monks in the desert didn't have neuroscience, but they had something almost as valuable: thousands of years of accumulated wisdom about how the human mind works, how it deceives itself, how it can be trained and disciplined and brought under control. They knew that the noonday demon wasn't external. It was a part of them, a part that would always be there, always ready to attack, always whispering its seductive lies about comfort and safety and later. And they knew that the only response was to keep going, not to fight the demon directly, which only gives it more power, not to pretend it doesn't exist, which lets it attack undetected, but to acknowledge it, sit with it, and refuse to obey. "Stay in your cell," wrote Abba Moses, one of the Desert Fathers, "and your cell will teach you everything." This is the secret that 16 centuries of monks figured out in the Egyptian desert. The work itself is the teacher. The discomfort itself is the curriculum. The demon itself is the test. And every day you pass that test, every day you stay in the cell when everything in you wants to run, you're building something that most people never build. Not motivation, which comes and goes. Not willpower, which depletes and recovers. Something deeper than both. You're building the neural architecture of someone who doesn't quit. Your brain is plastic. It changes based on what you do. The more you practice a behavior, the more automatic it becomes. The neural pathways strengthen, the resistance decreases. What was once difficult becomes default. This works in both directions. If you practice fleeing the cell, fleeing becomes your default. If you practice scrolling, scrolling becomes your default. If you practice choosing comfort over growth, that becomes who you are. But if you practice staying, if you practice sitting with the demon, if you practice doing the work when everything in you screams to stop, that becomes your default too. Not overnight, not in a week, not in a month. This is a long game. The monks spent years, decades, entire lifetimes fighting the noonday demon. They didn't expect it to be easy. They didn't expect it to be quick. They expected it to be the work of a lifetime, and they found something remarkable on the other side. The monks who stayed in their cells, who endured the demon, who refused to flee, reported experiences that sound almost impossible to our modern ears. A peace that didn't depend on circumstances, a focus that didn't require effort, a sense of purpose that didn't fluctuate with mood. They had rewired their brains. They had broken the addiction to mediocrity. They had become, in the language of neuroscience, a different kind of person. Not through inspiration, not through motivation, through repetition. Let me be specific about what happens in your brain when you do this consistently. Every time you sit with the demon instead of fleeing, you're doing something called inhibitory learning. Your amygdala fires, registering threat. Your body floods with cortisol and adrenaline. Every instinct tells you to run. But you don't run. You stay. You keep working, and nothing bad happens. Your brain notices this. It updates its model of the world. The thing that felt dangerous turned out to be safe. Next time, the threat response will be slightly weaker. Do this enough times, and you fundamentally alter the relationship between your conscious intentions and your emotional reactions. You become someone who can sit with discomfort without being overwhelmed by it. You become someone whose decision-making isn't hijacked by fear. This is what the monks meant when they talked about achieving mastery over the passions. Not eliminating the passions, which is impossible, but no longer being controlled by them. The research on deliberate practice confirms this. Expert performers in every field, from chess to surgery to music, share one characteristic: the ability to sustain focus through discomfort. They don't experience less frustration than beginners. They've just trained themselves to keep going regardless. And here's the part that should terrify you. The opposite is also true. Every time you flee the cell, every time you give in to the demon, you're doing inhibitory learning in reverse. You're training your brain that the threat is real, that fleeing is the right response, that you're not the kind of person who can handle discomfort. This is why avoidance is so dangerous. It's not neutral. It's actively harmful. Each time you avoid, you make the next avoidance more likely. You dig the groove of mediocrity deeper. The monks called this falling away from the practice. Modern psychologists call it avoidance conditioning. Same thing, same consequence, same downward spiral. There's one more thing the monks understood that I haven't mentioned yet. The demon of acedia doesn't just want you to quit. It wants you to quit believing that not quitting matters. This is the deepest level of the attack. Beyond the restlessness, beyond the rationalization, beyond the compulsion to flee. The demon whispers, what's the point? Why bother? Nothing you do matters anyway. This is acedia in its full form. Not just sloth, not just laziness, not just avoidance. A fundamental assault on meaning itself. The monks saw this as the most dangerous aspect of the demon. Because once you stop believing that the work matters, you have no reason to resist. The game is already over. Modern psychology has a term for this too. They call it learned helplessness. The state where you've failed so many times, or seen others fail so many times, that you stop believing success is possible. You stop trying. Not because you're tired, but because you've concluded that trying is pointless. The monks had a counter to this. They called it remembrance. The practice of deliberately recalling why they had come to the desert in the first place. The vision that had called them. The purpose that had driven them to abandon comfort and seek transformation. In the midst of acedia, when meaning itself felt like an illusion, they would force themselves to remember. To reconnect with the larger story they were part of. To see their current suffering as a chapter in a longer arc. This is cognitive reframing again, changing not what you feel, but the context in which you interpret what you feel. Modern research on meaning and motivation confirms this approach. People who have a clear sense of purpose, who can articulate why their work matters, show greater persistence in the face of obstacles, not because they experience less resistance, but because they have more reason to push through. I'm not telling you to become a monk. I'm not telling you to move to the desert and live in a cave. But I am telling you that the demon is real. Maybe not as a supernatural entity, but as a pattern in your neural architecture. A default setting that keeps pulling you back towards safety, familiarity, comfort. A voice that sounds like wisdom, but is actually fear. And I'm telling you that the monks figured out the only way to beat it. Don't run. When you feel the restlessness, don't check your phone. When you feel the resistance, don't close the document. When every part of you wants to be somewhere else, stay exactly where you are. Not forever, just 5 more minutes, just 1 more paragraph, just 1 more rep, and then do it again tomorrow. This is not sexy advice. It won't go viral. It doesn't promise transformation in 30 days or your money back, but it works. It worked for monks in the 4th century. It works in neuroscience labs today. It will work for you if you're willing to do something that most people aren't. Stay in the cell. The sun is at its highest point now. The heat is unbearable. The work ahead feels impossible, and the temptation to quit is overwhelming. You know what happens next. The demon is coming. They are lying. Finding yourself is much more like waking up on an alien planet, or realizing suddenly that you have been speaking a language you do not understand for 30 years. When you actually start to make contact with your true nature, when the mask begins to slip and the real face underneath starts to breathe, the first sensation is not joy. The first sensation is estrangement. The German philosophers called it unheimlich, the uncanny. The feeling that the familiar has suddenly become strange, grotesque, or wrong. Strange things begin to happen. Your life stops fitting you. The bed you have slept in for a decade feels uncomfortable, as if the mattress is rejecting your skin. The food you used to love turns to ash in your mouth. Your friends' voices start to sound like grating metal, or like loop recordings, playing the same predictable scripts over and over again. You look in the mirror and recognize your face, but you don't recognize the person looking back. There's something in the eyes, something that wasn't there before, or maybe it was always there, and you're only now seeing it for the first time. This is not a breakdown. This is not a crisis. This is what happens when an immune system wakes up. Think about what happens when a surgeon transplants an organ into a body, a new heart, a new kidney, something foreign but necessary, something that could save your life. The body's immune system looks at this new organ and it registers one thing: invasion. This is not me. This does not belong. And it attacks. The very thing that could heal you becomes the thing your body tries to destroy. Medical science has a term for this: graft versus host disease. The new organ fights the old body fights the new organ, and in the middle of this war, the person suffers fever, inflammation, pain. The body temperature rises. The system goes haywire. Not because something is wrong with the new organ, but because the old system cannot recognize that it needs to change. When you begin to find yourself, when the real you starts to emerge after years of dormancy, your life behaves exactly like a body rejecting a transplant. The new you is incompatible with the old life, and everything that was built to sustain the false self begins to attack the real one. Your job feels suffocating. Conversations with certain people make you physically nauseous. Routines that once brought comfort now feel like imprisonment. You sit in meetings and feel your skin crawl. You go to parties and want to claw your way out of your own body. This is not anxiety. This is rejection. Your soul is rejecting the life that was never meant for it. And here's what nobody tells you about this process. Here's the thing they leave out of the self-help books and the motivational speeches. You cannot negotiate with an immune response. You cannot reason with it. You cannot convince your body to accept poison just because you've gotten used to the taste. The fever has to run its course, and before it breaks, it will burn. I want to tell you about what happens inside a chrysalis, because we love the metaphor of the butterfly. We put it on greeting cards. We tell it to children. We say, go into the cocoon and you'll come out with wings. Beautiful, painless, natural. But we skip the middle part. We skip what biologists call complete metamorphosis. We skip the horror. Inside the chrysalis, the caterpillar does not grow wings. It does not simply add flight to its existing body. What happens is this: the caterpillar releases enzymes that dissolve its own tissues. Its muscles liquefy, its organs break down, its brain melts. Everything that made it a caterpillar turns into a nutrient-rich soup. It dies. Completely. It becomes undifferentiated cellular material floating in its own skin. But in this soup, there are cells that have been dormant since birth. Biologists call them imaginal cells. These are the cells of the butterfly. They've been waiting. And when the caterpillar liquefies, these cells activate. They begin to organize. They begin to build. But here's the part that should terrify you. Here's the part that makes this relevant. At first, the caterpillar's immune system treats the imaginal cells as invaders, as cancer, as something to be destroyed. The dying caterpillar uses its last energy to attack the very cells that will give it wings. There is a war, a cellular civil war. The old self trying to kill the emerging self. And only when the old self is too weak to fight anymore do the imaginal cells win. Only in complete surrender does the butterfly begin. If you cut open a chrysalis in the middle of this process, you won't find a caterpillar with small wings. You'll find soup. You'll find goo. You'll find nothing that resembles either the creature that was or the creature that will be. This is where you are right now. If you feel like you're falling apart, if you feel like you don't know who you are anymore, if you wake up and cannot remember what you wanted, what you believed, what you were supposed to be doing with your life, You are not lost. You are liquefying, and liquefaction is not failure. It is process. It is the necessary dissolution that comes before reorganization. The strange thing is that you cannot see the imaginal cells yet. You cannot see what you're becoming. All you can see is what you're losing. Your ambition evaporates. The things that used to drive you, money, status, approval, suddenly seem absurd, hollow, like toys you've outgrown but forgot to put away. You might spend days staring at walls. You might lose the ability to care about things that once consumed you. People will look at you and say you're depressed. They'll tell you to snap out of it, to get back on track, to remember who you are. But you cannot remember who you are because who you were is dissolving, and who you will be has not yet formed. You are in the soup, and the soup has no shape, no direction, no identity. Most people panic here. Most people are so terrified of this emptiness, so afraid of the formlessness that they try to reconstitute the caterpillar. They take the job they hate. They marry the person they don't love. They rebuild the old structures just to feel solid again, just to have a shape, any shape. And this works, for a while. You can be a zombie caterpillar. You can walk around in the form of your old self, going through motions, hitting marks, playing roles. But you cannot fly. You cannot become what you were meant to become because you refused the dissolution. The chrysalis requires faith in the unseen. It requires trust that the soup will reorganize, that the imaginal cells know what they're doing even when you don't. But let me tell you what nobody mentions about this faith. It doesn't feel like faith. It feels like resignation. It feels like giving up. It feels like letting yourself drown because you're too tired to swim anymore. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe the only way through the chrysalis is to stop fighting, to stop trying to hold the shape of what you were, to let the enzymes do their work, to liquefy completely and trust that something on the other side of nothing will know how to build wings. There's a concept in Tibetan Buddhism called bardo. It's the intermediate state between death and rebirth. Not the afterlife, not reincarnation, but the space between, the gap, the void where the old self has died, but the new self has not yet taken form. In the bardo, you are confronted with visions, demons, monsters, wrathful deities. But these aren't external, they're projections of your own mind. The Tibetan Book of the Dead says that if you can recognize these visions as your own creation, you can pass through the bardo without fear. You can move from death to birth consciously. But if you cling to the old self, if you try to reconstitute what was, you get trapped. You become a hungry ghost, a being with an insatiable appetite for a life that no longer exists, endlessly searching for a home that has been demolished. This is what happens to people who refuse the liquefaction. They become ghosts in their own lives, going through motions, chasing old desires that no longer satisfy, trying to feel things they no longer feel. And the exhaustion of this performance is so immense that it looks like depression, like burnout, like a failure to thrive. But it's not failure. It's refusal. Refusal to let the old self die. Refusal to enter the soup. And that refusal is the only thing keeping you from wings. As your internal structure changes, your external reality begins to warp. And the first place you'll notice this is in your relationships. The people closest to you will start to feel far away. Not because they've moved, but because you have. There's a concept in robotics called the uncanny valley. When engineers try to create humanoid robots, they discover something strange. If a robot looks 30% human, people find it cute, charming, toy-like. If a robot looks 100% human, indistinguishable from a person, people accept it. But if a robot looks 95% human, almost perfect, but something is slightly off in the eyes, in the movement, people feel revulsion, instinctive horror. The thing that is almost human, but not quite, triggers a primal unease. When you start to change, you enter the uncanny valley for the people who know you. You look the same face, same voice, same mannerisms. But something is different. Something in your energy has shifted. Your frequency has changed. And even though they can't name what's wrong, they feel it. They'll say things like, "You're being distant," or "You've changed," or "You're not yourself." And they'll say these things like accusations, like you've committed a crime, like you owe them the version of you they're comfortable with. What they're really sensing is the death of a role. You used to play a part in their world. The funny one, the responsible one, the person. We're sitting around a table and they're talking about the same thing, reading from a script. You can see the pages in their hands. You can see the pages in their hands. You can see them hitting their marks. And you cannot unsee it. Someone turns to me and says, "You're quiet tonight. You okay?" And I say, "Yeah, I'm fine." But I'm not fine. I'm watching people I love perform a ritual I no longer understand. And the distance I feel is so vast that I might as well be on another planet. We're in the same room, but we're not in the same reality anymore. This is the uncanny valley of friendship. You haven't left, but you're no longer the person they're talking to. You're 95% the same, and that 5% is an unbridgeable chasm. And here's the cruelest part. They're not wrong to pull away, because you're not safe anymore. Not in the way you used to be. You used to confirm their worldview. You used to play along. You used to agree that their problems were important and their complaints were justified. And now you can't. Not because you judge them, but because you've stepped out of the shared hallucination. And when one person wakes up in a dream, they become a threat to everyone still sleeping. Jean-Paul Sartre wrote about a sensation he called nausea, not the feeling of wanting to vomit, but a philosophical vertigo, a sudden awareness of the absurdity of existence. He describes looking at the root of a chestnut tree and suddenly seeing it not as a root, a useful category, a named thing, but as a black, bulging, existing thing that has no reason to be there, no purpose, no justification, just existence, raw, contingent, absurd. When you start to change, you begin to experience nausea in your daily life. You go to work and suddenly see a room full of primates in costumes making noises to exchange tokens for shelter. You turn on the news and see fear being sold as information. You look at money and see paper we've collectively agreed to believe in. You go to a wedding and it feels like a performance from an anthropology textbook. You go to a funeral and the grief feels scripted. Everything becomes strange. Not because the world has changed, but because the filter has been removed. You're seeing without the lens of cultural conditioning, without the buffer of collective agreement. And what you see is that almost nothing is natural. Almost everything is performance. Almost everyone is playing a role they didn't choose, but don't know how to leave. Now here's where people get stuck. Here's where the process curdles into bitterness instead of blossoming into freedom. They look at the absurdity of it all and they say, nothing matters. If it's all performance, if it's all arbitrary, if there's no inherent meaning, then why do anything? This is nihilism. This is the trap that Sartre himself fell into at times. The nausea without the exit. But there's a step beyond nihilism, and it requires something that feels impossible when you're in the thick of the uncanny. It requires integrating what you've rejected. It requires meeting the monster. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." When you begin to peel back the layers of who you thought you were, you find things underneath that you've been taught to hide. Things that good people aren't supposed to have. And the first thing you find, buried deepest, is rage. Not irritation, not frustration. Rage. Ancient. Volcanic. The kind that has been building for years. Decades. Every time you said yes when you meant no. Every time you smiled when you wanted to scream. Every time you absorbed someone else's violence and called it kindness. Every time you betrayed yourself to keep the peace. You find envy. You find greed. You find a capacity for cruelty that terrifies you. You find the part of you that wants to burn it all down. The part that wants to hurt the people who hurt you. The part that doesn't care about being good anymore. This is what Jung called the shadow. The disowned parts of yourself. The aspects you've exiled because they didn't fit the image you wanted to project. And here's what Jung understood that most people miss. You don't get rid of the shadow. You can't kill it. You can only integrate it. Because a person who has never touched their capacity for violence is not virtuous. They're just harmless. And there's a difference. A rabbit doesn't hurt you, not because it's chosen peace, but because it has no claws. A rabbit is not meek. A rabbit is just weak. But a warrior who has claws, who knows how to kill, who has felt the rage and the power and chosen not to use it, that's meekness. That's virtue. Not the absence of teeth, but the choice not to bite. I want to tell you about a moment. A memory that came back to me during this process. I'm 16 years old. There's a kid at school who's been tormenting me for months. Not physically, but with words, with small humiliations. The kind that leave no mark but accumulate into a heavy stone you carry in your chest. One day, he says something in front of a group of people. I don't even remember what it was, but I remember the feeling, the heat rising, the tightness in my jaw, and I remember the thought that flashed through my mind, clear as a voice. I could hurt him. I know exactly what to say. I know exactly how to destroy him in front of everyone. I have the words, and I didn't say them, not because I was virtuous, but because I was afraid. Afraid of being seen as cruel. Afraid of becoming the bully. Afraid of what it would mean about me if I let that rage out. So I smiled. I laughed it off. I absorbed the humiliation like I'd been trained to do. And I was proud of myself. Proud for being the bigger person. But what I didn't realize then, what took me years to understand, is that I didn't integrate the rage. I just buried it. I pushed it down into the basement and told myself I was good. And the rage stayed there, festering, poisoning, leaking out in passive aggression, in self-sabotage, in the chronic tension I carried in my shoulders for years. The shadow doesn't disappear when you ignore it. It just finds other ways out. It becomes the depression you can't explain, the anxiety that has no clear source, the inexplicable exhaustion, the body keeping score of every time you chose silence over truth. Integrating the shadow doesn't mean acting on every impulse. It doesn't mean becoming cruel. It means acknowledging that you have claws, that you have rage, that you're capable of violence, and then choosing, consciously, what to do with that knowledge. When you finally face the shadow, when you let yourself feel the rage without immediately repressing it, something changes. You get heavier. You gain weight that's not physical. You develop a presence. When you walk into a room, people feel something. Not hostility, but solidity, gravity, the sense that you are not someone to be trifled with. And here's the strangest part. The bullies leave. The manipulators move on. The energy vampires find easier prey. Not because you've become aggressive, but because you've stopped emitting the frequency of victimhood. You've stopped signaling that you'll absorb anything to keep the peace. People respect you more even if they like you less, and you stop caring about the difference. There's an alchemical text from the Middle Ages that describes a process called nigredo, the blackening, the putrefaction, the stage where all the base materials rot and decay before they can be transformed into gold. The alchemists knew that you couldn't skip this step. You couldn't go straight from lead to gold. You had to pass through the rot, through the death, through the dissolution. And they said something that's been bothering me for years. They said, the gold is hidden in the dung. What they meant is this: the thing you're most ashamed of, the part of you that you've been trying to hide, the rage, the envy, the cruelty, the selfishness. That's not the obstacle to your transformation. That's the raw material. That's where the gold is buried. You don't become whole by cutting away the dark parts. You become whole by digging through them, by composting the shame into soil, by transmuting the rage into boundaries, by taking the violence you've been directing inward and turning it outward toward the things that deserve to be destroyed. Not people, but patterns, systems, lies, the false self, the roles you were forced into, the expectations you never agreed to. When you integrate the shadow, you stop being nice, and you start being kind, and these are not the same thing. Nice is performance. Nice is fawning. Nice is saying yes when you mean no, because you're afraid of conflict. Kind is honest. Kind sets boundaries. Kind says no when yes would be a betrayal. Kind respects you enough to tell you the truth, even when the truth is uncomfortable. And the world punishes this. The world has trained you to be nice, not kind. Because nice people are easy to control. Nice people absorb violence without retaliating. Nice people prioritize everyone's comfort over their own integrity. But kind people are dangerous. Kind people have integrated their shadow. They know what they're capable of, and they've chosen consciously to direct that capacity toward protection instead of destruction, toward truth instead of performance. This is the second death, the death of the people pleaser, the death of the performance, and it's lonelier than the first death, because when you stop performing, people stop recognizing you, and the distance grows, but something else begins to happen. Something subtle at first, then undeniable. After the fever, after the liquefaction, after the shadow work and the social death and the terrible loneliness of becoming, after all of that, there's a shift, a magnetic reversal. Things start to happen that you can't explain. You think of a book you need to read, and the next day, someone hands it to you. You decide to leave your job, and an email arrives that same afternoon with an unexpected opportunity. You walk down a street you never walked down, and you meet someone who will change the trajectory of your life. This is not magic. Or maybe it is magic, but it's the kind that has a mechanism. Jung called it synchronicity, the meaningful coincidence, the alignment of inner and outer reality in ways that transcend causation. Here's the mechanism as best I understand it. Before you found yourself, you were fighting a civil war. One part of you wanted to go left. Another part wanted to go right. One part wanted to speak. Another part wanted to stay silent. One part wanted to leave. Another part wanted to stay. You were a collection of competing desires, conflicting beliefs, unintegrated selves all pulling in different directions. And because of this internal fragmentation, you were standing still. You were cancelling out your own momentum, broadcasting contradictory signals, wanting and not wanting simultaneously. But after the dissolution, after the shadow work, after you've composted the false self and integrated the disowned parts, you become singular. All your vectors point in the same direction. You're no longer at war with yourself. And when this happens, when you stop sabotaging your own intentions, the world becomes responsive in a way it wasn't before. This isn't the secret. This isn't manifestation in the commercial sense. This is physics. This is what happens when you remove the interference pattern. When you stop broadcasting static and start broadcasting a clear signal. Your brain has something called the reticular activating system. It's a network of neurons that filters information. You're bombarded with millions of sensory inputs every second, and your RAS decides what to let through to your conscious awareness and what to ignore. And your RAS is programmed by your beliefs, your intentions, your focus. If you believe you're a victim, your RAS will filter reality to show you evidence of victimhood. If you believe the world is hostile, your RAS will highlight every threat and miss every opportunity. But when you change, when you integrate the shadow and step into your actual self, your RAS reprograms. It starts filtering for different information. It starts showing you the doors that were always there, but you weren't ready to see. This is why opportunity seems to appear after transformation. Not because the universe is rewarding you, but because you're finally able to perceive what was already there. And people change too. The energy vampires fall away because they can't feed on you anymore. You're no longer available for their dramas. You're no longer absorbing their projections. And in their place, different people appear. What I call fellow travelers. People who are also strange. People who are also in process. People who have also been through the chrysalis. You recognize them immediately. There's something in the eyes. A particular quality of awareness. You don't need to perform for them. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to justify your strangeness. They're strange too, and the silence between you is not uncomfortable. It's companionable. I met someone like this last year. We were at a gathering, and I saw her standing apart from the group, watching. Not shy, not awkward, just observing. And I knew immediately. I didn't know what I knew, but I knew. We talked for hours, and it wasn't small talk. It wasn't the usual script. It was like we'd skipped the first 10 conversations and gone straight to the real one. And at the end of the night, she said something I'll never forget. She said, "It's rare to meet someone who's been to the underworld." And I knew exactly what she meant. Because you can tell. You can tell who's been dissolved and reformed, who's faced the shadow and survived, who's walked through the bardo and come out the other side. There's a density to them, a gravity. They're here, fully, not performing, not hiding, just present. These are your people now, not the ones who knew you before, not the ones who want you to be who you were, but the ones who recognize you as you are, the fellow travelers. And this is when you realize that the loneliness wasn't punishment. It was a filter. It was the fire that burned away everyone who was only compatible with your false self. And yes, it hurt. Yes, it was devastating. But it was also necessary, because you can't take everyone with you into the new world. The chrysalis is too small. The process is too intense. Some people will be left behind, not because you're cruel, but because their journey is different. Their timing is different, and trying to drag them with you will only abort your own transformation. There's a moment that happens, and it's impossible to predict when. But after all the dissolution, after all the death, after all the loneliness and the terror and the shadow work, there's a moment where you're alone, completely alone. And for the first time, you're not fighting it. You're sitting in your apartment, or walking in a park, or lying in bed at 3 a.m., and you're alone. And instead of the usual panic, the usual desperate search for distraction, for connection, for someone to fill the void, there's nothing. No panic, no desperation, just silence. And in that silence, you realize something. You're okay, not happy, not fixed, not enlightened, just okay. The solitude that used to feel like death now feels like space. Room to breathe, room to be, room to exist without editing yourself for someone else's comfort. This is what the mystics call kenosis, the emptying, the stripping away of everything until you're left with nothing but essential self. Not the self that performs, not the self that achieves, not the self that earns love through usefulness, just the self that is. And from this emptiness, something grows. Not a new personality, not a new role, but a kind of presence, a rootedness. You stop asking permission. Permission for what? From whom? The other sleepwalkers, the other actors, the people who are still playing the game you've exited. You realize that authority is a fiction, that your boss, the experts, the gurus, the voices telling you how to live, they're all just making it up as they go along. Just like you, they don't have a manual you're missing. They don't have access to a truth you don't have. They're improvising, pretending, performing certainty to mask their terror. And when you see this, when you really see it, the pedestal crashes and you're free. Free to make your own choices, free to fail, free to succeed, free to be wrong, free to change your mind, free to live without the constant background radiation of judgment from an audience that doesn't exist. You step into your life like someone inhabiting their own home instead of squatting in someone else's. The world stops feeling like a prison, not because the world changed, but because you did. The bars were always unlocked. You just couldn't see it from inside the cage. And the uncanny feeling, the estrangement, the alienation, the sense of being wrong for the world, it doesn't disappear, but it shifts. It stops being the horror of not belonging, and it becomes something else. The freedom of being ungovernable, the power of being incomprehensible to people who only understand the script. You are strange now, permanently. You've seen too much. You've dissolved too completely. You've integrated too many shadows. You can't go back to playing the game with full sincerity. You can't unsee what you've seen. But here's what I wish someone had told me when I was in the middle of it, when I was liquefying in the chrysalis and convinced I was dying instead of transforming. The strangeness is not a bug. It's the whole point. You were never supposed to fit into the world as it is. You were supposed to break the mold, to step out of the script, to become the thing that makes other people uncomfortable, because you're a reminder that the cage is optional. This is what Nietzsche meant when he wrote about the Übermensch. Not a superhuman, not someone stronger or smarter, but someone who has overcome, someone who has passed through the fire and come out the other side without trying to go back, someone who creates their own values instead of inheriting them, someone who says yes to their own becoming, even when it costs them everything. And it will cost you. It has cost you. Friends, relationships, comfort, the easy path, The one where you stayed small and safe and acceptable. That path is gone. The bridge is burned. The door is locked. But on this side of the door, you're awake, alien, strange, ungovernable, and maybe, finally, yourself. If you're in the middle of this now, if you're dissolving, if you're watching your life reject you like a bad transplant, if you're alone and terrified and convinced you've made a terrible mistake, if you're in the soup with no shape and no direction and no idea what you're becoming, I can't tell you it gets easier. I can't tell you there's a finish line. I can't promise you that you'll end up happy or successful or loved. But I can tell you this. On the other side of the dissolution is a kind of freedom that's only available to people who've died once and decided to keep walking. There's a weight, a presence, a groundedness that cannot be shaken because it's not built on anyone's approval. You will never fit in again. Not really. You've tasted something the sleepwalkers haven't tasted. You've been somewhere they haven't been. And you'll spend the rest of your life as a stranger in your own species. But you'll also meet other strangers, other travelers, other people who have been liquefied and reformed. And with them, you won't have to explain. You won't have to justify. You won't have to perform the old role to make them comfortable. You'll just be strange together, free together, awake in a world that's still sleeping. And that's not nothing. That's not emptiness. That's the thing worth losing everything for. The caterpillar dies. The chrysalis cracks. The butterfly emerges. But the butterfly doesn't look back at the caterpillar with nostalgia. It doesn't wish it could crawl again. It doesn't miss the safety of the leaf. It flies. Not because flying is easy, but because it's the only direction left. Strange things happen when you find yourself. Your life rejects you. Your friends become strangers. You liquefy into soup. You face your shadow. You walk through the bardo. You come out the other side irrevocably changed. And you can never go home. Not to the life you had. Not to the person you were. That door is closed. That version of you is dead. But maybe home was never behind you. Maybe home was always forward. In the strangeness, in the solitude, in the becoming. Maybe the alien planet you woke up on isn't a place you landed. Maybe it's the place you were always supposed to be. And everyone else is the alien. Everyone else is speaking the language you don't understand. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's the point. Maybe the strangeness is not the problem. Maybe the strangeness is the only real thing you have left. So let it be strange. Let it be uncomfortable. Let it be lonely. Let it burn. Because on the other side of the fire is something that looks like you, but it's not you. Not the you that you were. It's the you that was always underneath. Waiting, patient, immortal. And that version of you doesn't need permission, doesn't need approval, doesn't need to fit. That version of you just needs to be let out. And that's what's happening now. In the soup, in the fire, in the strangeness. You're not breaking down. You're breaking open. And what comes out will be unrecognizable, incomprehensible, strange, and finally, true. You wake up, you check your phone, you scroll, you think about what you saw, you think about what you thought about what you saw, you think about the fact that you're thinking about thinking, layer after layer after layer, until you're so far removed from actual experience that you've forgotten what it feels like to just exist without commentary. This is the human condition. Not suffering itself, but the awareness of suffering. Not the boulder, but knowing you're pushing it. not the mountain, but seeing yourself climb it while simultaneously judging your technique, questioning your destination, and wondering if the whole thing is pointless. Camus was wrong. The struggle itself isn't enough to fill a human heart when you're conscious of the struggle every moment you're struggling. And here's what nobody wants to tell you. The reason you can't stop this loop, the reason every attempt to quiet your mind just creates more noise, the reason all the meditation and therapy and journaling hasn't fixed the fundamental problem, it's not because you're doing it wrong. It's because the thing you're using to fix the problem is the problem. Consciousness itself. Self-awareness. The ability to observe your own thoughts. That thing every philosopher and therapist has told you is the path to freedom. It might be the exact mechanism of your imprisonment. Because here's what's actually happening in your brain right now. There's a network of regions, scientists call it the default mode network, the medial prefrontal cortex, the posterior cingulate cortex, the precuneus, that activates whenever you're not focused on the external world. It's your brain's idle mode. And what does it do when it idles? It constructs narratives about you, who you are, what happened to you, what might happen to you, what that person thought when you said that thing, what you should have said instead, what you'll say next time, what it all means about your worth, your future, your identity. Right now, as you're listening to this, part of your brain is narrating the experience of listening to this. It's creating distance between you and the actual moment. You're not just hearing words. You're watching yourself hear words. You're thinking about what you think about the words. You're wondering if you agree, if this applies to you, what it says about you that you're watching a video about consciousness. The experience is already filtered through 7 layers of self-reference before it even reaches you. And this wouldn't be a problem except for one thing. People with overactive default mode networks, people who are highly self-aware, highly introspective, highly intelligent, they have significantly higher rates of depression, anxiety, rumination, and existential despair. This isn't correlation. This is mechanism. The same brain activity that makes you thoughtful makes you miserable. The same capacity for reflection that lets you create art and philosophy is the same capacity that traps you in your own head. Unable to experience anything without the constant narration, the constant judgment, the constant question. What does this mean about me? So let me ask you something. When was the last time you did something without watching yourself do it? When was the last time you felt an emotion without immediately analyzing why you felt it? When was the last time you had a conversation where you were actually present instead of performing presence while simultaneously monitoring your performance? If you can't remember, you're not alone, because this is what it means to be human in the 21st century. We've become so self-aware that we've lost contact with the self we're aware of. We're so conscious that we've forgotten how to just be. And the tragedy is that every attempt to fix this, every mindfulness app, every therapy session, every spiritual practice, just adds another layer of watching, another layer of trying, another layer of consciousness, observing consciousness, observing consciousness. And I know what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, okay, so what do I do about it? How do I stop being so self-aware? How do I quiet the narrator? And that question, that very question, is the problem. Because the moment you try to become less self-aware, you've activated self-awareness. The moment you notice you're overthinking, you're thinking about thinking. The moment you try to be present, you're watching yourself try to be present. There's no escape. The trap is that every exit is also an entrance. Every solution is also the problem wearing a different mask. But here's where it gets interesting. Here's where we need to go deeper than the self-help platitudes and the meditation industrial complex. Because what if the problem isn't that you're doing self-awareness wrong? What if the problem is that self-awareness itself, the thing that makes you human, the thing that separates you from every other creature on Earth, is a design flaw? What if consciousness is evolution's mistake? What if the examined life, the life Socrates said was the only life worth living, is actually unlivable? Let me tell you about Hamlet. And I don't mean the story you learned in high school, the prince who can't make up his mind. I mean Hamlet as the first literary portrait of someone destroyed by their own consciousness. His father is murdered. His uncle takes the throne and marries his mother. A ghost appears and demands revenge. And any other character in Shakespeare, any normal human being, would act immediately. Grief and rage would translate directly into action. But Hamlet can't. Not because he's weak, not because he's cowardly, but because he's too aware. He doesn't just feel grief. He observes himself grieving and questions whether the grief is authentic. Is he really sad, or is he performing sadness? He doesn't just want revenge. He watches himself wanting it and asks whether the wanting is justified. Is the ghost real, or is it his own guilt manifesting? Every impulse is immediately met with a layer of reflection, which creates doubt, which creates another layer of reflection, which creates paralysis. He can't act because he can't stop thinking about acting. He can't feel because he's analyzing the feeling. He can't exist because he's narrating the existence. To be or not to be, that's not a question about suicide. That's a question about the impossibility of being anything when you're constantly aware of being it. How do you be when every moment of being is observed by another part of you that's watching you be? How do you live when living requires unself-consciousness, but you can't turn off the observer? And here's what makes Hamlet so devastating, so modern, so relevant 400 years later. He represents the birth of a new kind of consciousness. The person who can't just live because they're too busy watching themselves live, can't feel because they're interrogating the feeling, can't make a decision because they're aware of making the decision, which means they're also aware of all the reasons not to make it, which means they're paralyzed by their own awareness. This is you, this is me. This is what it means to be conscious in a way that animals aren't. A dog feels fear and runs. It doesn't think, why am I afraid? What does this fear say about me? Am I being rational? Is this fear valid? Should I be braver? A dog just is. But you can't just be. Because the moment you are, there's another part of you watching you be, commenting on how you're being, judging whether you're being correctly. And the exhausting thing, the thing that makes this so hard to escape, is that this watching never stops. You're at a party, you're talking to someone, but you're not in the conversation. You're watching yourself have the conversation, monitoring how you sound, wondering what they think of you, planning your next sentence while they're still talking, judging yourself for not being present, getting anxious about the anxiety, thinking about the fact that you're thinking too much. By the time you've thought about what to say, the moment has passed. You've experienced the whole interaction from outside yourself. You were never there. This is the Hamlet condition. And it's not a personal failing. It's not something therapy can fix. It's what happens when consciousness becomes conscious of itself. When the feedback loop gets too tight. When evolution gave us the ability to observe our own thinking, and we couldn't figure out how to turn it off. So why does this happen? Why did we develop this capacity for metacognition? For thinking about thinking, if all it does is make us miserable? Let's talk about the brain for a second. Let's talk about what's actually happening when you get trapped in your own head. The default mode network. Scientists discovered it almost by accident. They were studying brain activity during tasks and noticed something weird. When people weren't doing anything, when the brain was supposedly at rest, certain regions became more active, not less. The medial prefrontal cortex, the posterior cingulate cortex, the precuneus. These areas light up when you're daydreaming, remembering the past, imagining the future, thinking about yourself, thinking about other people's thoughts. This network is your sense of self. It's the narrator. It's the voice in your head constructing the story of who you are. And here's what's fascinating and terrible. This network is more developed in humans than in any other species. It's what gives us autobiography, theory of mind, the ability to imagine ourselves in different scenarios. It's what lets us plan, create, empathize. It's the neurological foundation of everything we consider uniquely human. And it's also what makes us miserable. Because the same regions that activate when you're thinking about your future activate when you're ruminating about your past. The same network that lets you understand other people's perspectives is the network that makes you obsess over what they think about you. The same brain activity that gives you self-awareness.
There is one guy.
Create, empathize. It's the neurological foundation of everything we consider uniquely human. And it's also what makes us miserable. Because the same regions that activate when you're thinking about your future activate when you're ruminating about your past. The same network that lets you understand other people's perspectives is the network that makes you obsess over what they think about you. The same brain activity that gives you self-awareness gives you self-consciousness. And here's the cruel part. People with depression, anxiety, PTSD, they show hyperactivity in the default mode network. Their self-referential processing never shuts off. The narrator never stops talking. But it's not that depressed people have a broken default mode network. It's that highly intelligent, highly introspective people naturally have more active default mode networks. The same trait that makes you thoughtful makes you vulnerable to rumination. The same capacity that makes you creative makes you prone to overthinking. There's no separating the gift from the curse. They're the same mechanism pointed in different directions. Think about a bird. A bird spends its day looking for food. It checks 10 spots, finds nothing. It doesn't think, I'm so bad at this. I'm such a failure. What's wrong with me? It just keeps looking. The bird doesn't have a default mode network sophisticated enough to construct a narrative about its own incompetence. It just exists in the moment, responding to stimuli, moving through the world without commentary. But you ask 10 people out and they all say no. You don't just move on. Your brain starts generating stories. Maybe I'm ugly. Maybe I'm unlovable. Maybe there's something fundamentally wrong with me. Maybe I'll be alone forever. The rejection isn't just a fact. It becomes evidence in a narrative about your worth, your future, your identity. And that narrative has nothing to do with reality. It's just your default mode network doing what it evolved to do, constructing meaning, finding patterns, creating a coherent story about who you are. Except the story is usually wrong. Or at least, it's not truth. It's interpretation. It's one possible narrative among infinite narratives. But it feels true because it's your brain talking to you in your own voice. It feels like you, so you believe it, and the believing makes it more real. And the more real it becomes, the more evidence your brain finds to support it. And round you go, trapped in a story your own consciousness is telling you about yourself. And here's where the pride comes in. Here's where we need to talk about why you can't change this, even though you know it's happening. Because knowing doesn't help. Being aware that your brain is constructing narratives doesn't stop the construction. You can see the mechanism clearly and still be controlled by it. Why? Because the seeing is also part of the mechanism. Let me explain. You're anxious. You notice you're anxious. You think, I shouldn't be anxious. This is irrational. I know better. But noticing the anxiety doesn't make it go away. It just adds another layer. Now, you're anxious about being anxious. You're judging yourself for feeling something you know you shouldn't feel. And that judgment activates the same default mode network that created the anxiety in the first place. More self-reference, more narrative, more consciousness watching consciousness. So you try harder, you meditate, you journal, you go to therapy, you practice mindfulness. And all of these things are supposed to help you observe your thoughts without getting caught in them. Watch the anxiety pass like a cloud. Don't identify with the feeling. Just notice it and let it go. And maybe it works for a moment. Maybe you achieve some distance. But then what happens? You think, great, I'm doing it. I'm being mindful. I'm watching my thoughts. And in that moment of congratulation, you've collapsed back into the default mode network. You're thinking about yourself thinking. You're constructing a narrative about how well you're doing at not constructing narratives. This is the trap. Every attempt to escape self-awareness requires self-awareness. Every technique for quieting the mind requires the mind to implement the technique. You can't use consciousness to escape consciousness. It's like trying to see your own eyes without a mirror. The tool is also the obstacle. And most people, when they realize this, they double down. They think, I just need to be more mindful. I need to meditate longer. I need better therapy. I need to understand myself more deeply. More awareness will solve the problem of too much awareness. But it won't. It never does. Because more awareness just creates more layers, more watching, more distance between you and actual experience. And this is where the pride becomes most visible. The pride isn't arrogance. It's the opposite. It's the deep belief that you should be able to fix this, that consciousness is controllable, that if you just try hard enough, think clearly enough, understand yourself deeply enough, you'll crack the code. You'll transcend the default mode network. You'll achieve some permanent state of presence where the narrator finally shuts up and you can just be. But what if that's not possible? What if the narrator never shuts up because the narrator is you? What if the observer can't be eliminated because there's no you without the observer? What if self-awareness isn't a feature you can disable, but the fundamental condition of being human? And the suffering it creates isn't a bug to fix, but the price of consciousness itself.
I can't remember. Wow!
Jean-Paul Sartre understood this. He had this concept he called bad faith, mauvaise foi in French. And it's one of the most devastating psychological insights in all of philosophy. Sartre said humans exist in a fundamental contradiction. We are both subject and object, both the consciousness experiencing and the thing being experienced, the observer and the observed. And this creates an impossible situation. Here's his famous example. A waiter in a cafe. Watch how he moves. He performs being a waiter. The gestures are a little too precise. The mannerisms a little too practiced. He's playing the role of waiter. But here's the thing. He knows he's playing it. He's aware he's performing. And that awareness creates a gap. He can never truly be a waiter because he's always conscious of being one. He's always at a distance from his own identity, watching himself be what he is. And this isn't just about waiters. It's about everything. You can never be confident because the moment you're aware of being confident, you're performing confidence, which means you're not actually confident. You're someone trying to be confident, which is different. You can never be authentic because authenticity requires unself-conscious being. And the moment you think, I'm being authentic, you've introduced self-consciousness, which destroys the authenticity. Sartre said we can never coincide with ourselves. There's always a gap between the you that is and the you that watches the you that is. And that gap is consciousness. And that gap is what makes us human. And that gap is suffering. You experience this all the time. You're talking to someone you're attracted to. You want to be charming, natural, yourself. But the moment you think about being charming, you've become self-conscious. Now you're monitoring how you sound, judging every word as it comes out, wondering if you're being too much or not enough. The spontaneity dies because you're watching yourself be spontaneous, which is a contradiction. You can't be naturally yourself while simultaneously observing whether you're being naturally yourself or you're trying to fall asleep. Your mind is racing. You think, I need to stop thinking. Just relax, just let go. But the trying to stop thinking is thinking. The effort to let go is holding on. Every attempt to force unself-consciousness creates more self-consciousness. And you lie there, furious at yourself for not being able to do something that should be effortless, unaware that the fury is the same mechanism as the insomnia. Both are the default mode network running in overdrive. Both are consciousness unable to escape itself. Sartre said hell is other people, but he was wrong. Hell is being yourself while watching yourself be yourself forever with no escape. Hell is the consciousness that can never rest because it's always aware of resting, always judging the quality of the rest, always wondering if it's resting correctly. Hell is the infinite regress of the observer, observing the observer, observing the observer. Turtles all the way down with no ground beneath. And here's what makes this so hard to accept. Here's where the pride really shows itself. Because we've been taught our entire lives that self-awareness is good. Know thyself, Socrates said. The unexamined life is not worth living. Every therapy session, every spiritual practice, every personal development book, they all promise the same thing. More awareness equals more freedom. Understand yourself and you'll be liberated. Examine your thoughts and you'll transcend them. But what if Socrates was wrong? What if the examined life isn't just observing the observer? Turtles all the way down with no ground beneath. And here's what makes this so hard to accept. Here's where the pride really shows itself. Because we've been taught our entire lives that self-awareness is good. Know thyself, Socrates said. The unexamined life is not worth living. Every therapy session, every spiritual practice, every personal development book, they all promise the same thing. More awareness equals more freedom. Understand yourself and you'll be liberated. Examine your thoughts and you'll transcend them. But what if Socrates was wrong? What if the examined life isn't just hard to live, but actually unlivable? What if the more clearly you see yourself, the more trapped you become? Because here's what actually happens when you examine yourself. You find more things to examine. You discover layers beneath layers. You realize your motivations are more complex than you thought. Your emotions are contradictory. Your beliefs don't align. Your identity is fragmented. And the more you look, the more fragments you find, until you're no longer a coherent self, but a collection of competing narratives, all of them constructed by the same default mode network that's trying to make sense of them. And the pride says, keep looking, keep analyzing. Eventually, you'll find the truth. Eventually, you'll understand yourself so completely that the understanding will set you free. But it won't, because understanding is just another layer of consciousness, another story about the story, another narrative about why you have the narratives you have. Think about people in therapy for years. I'm not saying therapy is bad. I'm saying there's a type of person who becomes so skilled at psychological analysis that they can explain exactly why they feel what they feel, trace every pattern back to childhood, identify every defense mechanism, name every cognitive distortion, and they're still depressed, still anxious, still trapped, because knowing the machinery doesn't stop the machinery. Seeing the pattern doesn't break the pattern. The insight becomes another thing to think about, another layer of meta-awareness, another reason to judge yourself for not being fixed yet. And this is where we need to talk about the ego paradox, because there's something you need to understand about how the default mode network creates suffering, and it's not what you think. The person who thinks they're God's gift to humanity and the person who thinks they're worthless garbage have the exact same problem. They're both trapped in an overactive sense of self. They're both stuck in the default mode network. They're both making everything about I, me, mine. Narcissism looks like this. I'm amazing. I'm special. Everyone should recognize my brilliance. Every conversation, every interaction, every experience gets filtered through. What does this mean about me? How does this reflect on my specialness? Am I getting the recognition I deserve? Self-hatred looks like this. I'm terrible. I'm broken. Everyone would be better off without me. Every conversation, every interaction, every experience gets filtered through. What does this mean about me? How does this prove my worthlessness? Am I as much of a failure as I think? You see the similarity. Both are ego. Both are the mind unable to experience anything without making it self-referential. The narcissist can't see other people as full humans because everything is about whether those people are properly admiring them. The self-hater can't see other people as full humans because everything is about whether those people are judging them. Both are prisons of consciousness. Both are the default mode network locked in overdrive, constructing narratives about the self, unable to just exist without constant commentary about what existence means about me. And here's what's important to understand. The cure isn't better self-esteem. It's not replacing negative self-talk with positive self-talk, because both are still self-talk. Both are still the mind thinking about itself. The healthy person isn't the one who thinks highly of themselves. It's the one who occasionally forgets they exist. The one who can get lost in a task, a conversation, an experience without the narrator constantly chiming in with, "How am I doing? What does this say about me? Am I good enough?" Buddhism has been saying this for 2,500 years. Anatta, no self. Not that you don't exist, but that the constructed sense of continuous identity is an illusion. And the more you believe in the illusion, the more you suffer. Because the ego is a story. It's a narrative your default mode network tells about who you are. And that story is always either inflated or deflated. Always either I'm great or I'm terrible. Always some version of self-importance, whether positive or negative. And the suffering comes from taking the story seriously. From believing that the narrator is telling you truth, instead of just doing what narrators do, which is narrate. Your brain is going to construct a self-concept. That's what the default mode network does. It's going to tell you stories about who you are, what you're worth, what your life means. And all of those stories are going to be wrong because they're stories. They're simplifications. They're models, not reality. But we can't help believing them because they're told in our own voice. They feel like us, so we identify with them. We think, this is me. These thoughts are my thoughts. This identity is my identity. And that identification is the trap. Because now, you're not just experiencing thoughts. You're defending them, protecting them, building your entire sense of self around them. And when reality contradicts the story, you don't change the story, you deny reality. Because admitting the story is wrong means admitting you don't know who you are, and that's too terrifying. This is the pride I'm talking about, not ego in the sense of thinking you're great. Pride in the sense of rigidity, the inability to let the story change, the need for your self-concept to be stable, coherent, defensible. And this pride keeps you trapped because change requires admitting the current story is wrong. Growth requires death of the old identity, and your default mode network fights that death with everything it has, because its entire function is to maintain a coherent sense of self across time. Let me give you an example. You believe you're a shy person. This is part of your identity. You've told yourself this story for years. You avoid social situations because that's what shy people do. And every time you avoid a situation, you reinforce the story. See? I'm shy. I don't like parties. This is just who I am. And the story becomes so entrenched that when someone suggests you might not be naturally shy, that you might have just learned certain patterns of behavior that could change, your brain immediately resists. Why? Because changing the story means admitting you wasted years of your life believing something false about yourself. It means accepting that the identity you built, the coherent narrative you constructed, was an illusion. And that's too painful. So instead, you defend the story. You find evidence that supports it. You interpret ambiguous situations in ways that confirm it. You become attached to being shy because changing would require grieving the person you thought you were. This happens with everything. I'm not good at math. I'm bad with money. I'm not creative. I'm too anxious to do that. These aren't facts about reality. They're stories about yourself. And stories can change. But changing them requires humility. It requires admitting you were wrong. It requires letting go of the pride that says, I know who I am. I understand myself. My self-concept is accurate and stable. But what if you don't know who you are? What if the self is not a thing to discover, but a process to participate in? What if every story you tell about yourself is provisional, subject to revision, not truth, but interpretation? This is where we need to talk about what happens when the default mode network actually shuts down. Because there's a way to do it, not permanently, not through effort, but temporarily through chemistry. And what people experience when it happens tells you everything about what the problem actually is. Psychedelics, psilocybin, LSD, DMT, ketamine, chemically distinct but functionally similar, and they all do something remarkable to the brain. They decrease activity in the default mode network. They quiet the self-referential processing system. They shut down the narrator. And what do people report when this happens? Ego death, the dissolution of the boundary between self and world, the feeling that there is no observer and observed, just observation, that there is no you and the universe, just experience happening without a self experiencing it. And almost universally, people describe this as profound relief, not terror, though brain. They decrease activity in the default mode network. They quiet the self-referential processing system. They shut down the narrator. And what do people report when this happens? Ego death, the dissolution of the boundary between self and world, the feeling that there is no observer and observed, just observation, that there is no you and the universe, just experience happening without a self experiencing it. And almost universally, people describe this as profound relief, not terror, though terror comes too, but relief. The exhausting narration stops, the constant judgment stops, the need to maintain a coherent identity stops. You stop being a someone and become part of everything. And here's what's fascinating. This temporary shutdown of the default mode network has lasting antidepressant effects. One dose of psilocybin can reduce depression symptoms for months, not because it gave people insight into their trauma, not because it helped them process their emotions, but because it gave them a vacation from being themselves. And the relief of that vacation was so profound that it recalibrated their relationship with their own consciousness. Studies show this consistently. People who take psychedelics in therapeutic settings report decreased rumination, decreased anxiety, decreased depression. And the mechanism isn't psychological, it's neurological. The default mode network, the source of self-referential suffering, gets temporarily turned off. And in that window, people remember what it's like to exist without the constant commentary, what it's like to experience something without immediately filtering it through. What does this mean about me? Now, I'm not telling you to take drugs. I'm telling you what the drugs reveal about the problem. The problem is not your trauma, not your childhood, not your circumstances. The problem is the self, the constructed, narrated, observed self that the default mode network maintains. And when that self temporarily disappears, suffering decreases. Not because you've solved your problems, but because you've stopped being the kind of entity that has problems. Meditation traditions have known this forever. Advanced meditators show decreased default mode network activity. The goal of meditation isn't to become more self-aware, it's to become less self-aware, to quiet the narrator, to experience without the constant mental commentary, to just be without being someone being. But here's the trap, and this is crucial. You can't try to not think about yourself without thinking about yourself. The moment you sit down to meditate with the goal of achieving no self, you've activated the self. The moment you notice you're not narrating, you've started narrating again. The moment you think, I'm present, I'm here, I'm in the moment, you've left the moment, because now you're thinking about being in the moment. This is the observer effect. In quantum mechanics, you can't measure something without changing it. The act of observation alters what's observed. The same is true for consciousness. You can't observe your thoughts without changing them. Try this right now. Think of your breathing. Notice how it immediately shifts. You're no longer breathing naturally, you're breathing consciously, which is different, which is worse. You've introduced effort into something that works better without effort. This happens with everything. The moment you try to be authentic, you're performing authenticity. The moment you try to be present, you're monitoring your presence. The moment you try to let go, you're holding on to the idea of letting go. Consciousness can't escape itself by watching itself try to escape. Every attempt just creates more layers, more meta-awareness, more consciousness, observing consciousness, observing consciousness. And this is where most people get stuck. They read about mindfulness. They understand the concept. They try to practice it. And it seems to work until they notice it's working. And the noticing kills it. So they try harder. They meditate longer. They read more books. They go on retreats. And sometimes they have experiences of genuine flow, genuine presence, genuine relief. But then what? They think, I did it. I achieved presence. And in that moment of achievement, they've collapsed back into the default mode network, back into self-reference, back into the narrator congratulating itself for temporarily quieting down. The pride here is subtle but devastating. It's the belief that consciousness is a problem you can solve through better consciousness. That self-awareness is a tool you can use to transcend self-awareness. That the mind can defeat the mind, but it can't. Every technique you learn is learned by the mind. Every practice you implement is implemented by consciousness. You can't use the thing to escape the thing. You can only rearrange the furniture in the prison cell and call it freedom. So where does that leave you? If self-awareness is the problem and you can't turn it off, if consciousness is suffering and you can't escape it, if every solution is also the problem in disguise, what do? Do you just give up? Accept that you're condemned to be trapped in your own head forever? Is there any escape at all? Let me tell you about Søren Kierkegaard. Danish philosopher, 19th century, wrote a book called The Sickness Unto Death, and it's about despair. But not despair in the casual sense, like being sad. Despair in the technical sense, the specific suffering that comes from being a self. And Kierkegaard identified 3 forms. The first form, despair of not being conscious of having a self. This is animal existence. The bird looking for food, the dog running from fear. No self-awareness, no despair, just being. This is the state we've lost and can never return to, because once you're conscious of consciousness, you can't unknow it. The second form, despair of not willing to be oneself. This is when you're aware you're a self, but you hate it and try to escape it. Addiction, distraction, fantasy, anything to avoid being present with who you are. You know you exist. You know you're trapped being you, and you spend your entire life trying to be anywhere but here, anyone but yourself. The third form, despair of willing to be oneself. This is the most sophisticated suffering. This is the person who's done all the therapy, read all the philosophy, practiced all the techniques. They're trying to construct a perfect self, trying to become the right kind of person, trying to build an identity they can finally accept. But they can never succeed, because the self is always becoming, never being. The you trying to build yourself is also part of what needs to be built, infinite regress. The observer is also the observed. The constructor is also the construction. Kierkegaard said, despair is the sickness unto death. because you can't die from it. You're stuck being conscious of being a self forever, and there's no cure. The only way out is faith. But not faith in the religious sense necessarily. Faith as willingness to exist without resolution. Faith as acceptance that the self is not a problem to solve, but a condition to inhabit. And this is where we come to the hard truth. The truth that the mindfulness apps won't tell you. The truth that therapy often avoids. The truth that most philosophy tries to soften. You're not going to fix this. You're not going to transcend the ego. You're not going to achieve some permanent state of presence where the default mode network stays quiet and the narrator finally shuts up. That's not how this works. You are going to be trapped in your own head until you die. The self-awareness that makes you suffer is the self-awareness that makes you human. You can't eliminate it without eliminating yourself. And every promise that you can, every technique that claims to offer escape, is selling you the same loop in a different package. So what do? You stop fighting. Not because fighting is bad, but because the fighting is the trap. Every time you try to quiet your mind, you're using your mind. Every time you try to observe your thoughts without getting caught, you're getting caught in the observation. Every time you try to be less self-aware, you're being self-aware of your attempt to be less self-aware. The only way out is to stop looking for a way out. Not as a technique, not as a strategy, but as recognition. You can't fix consciousness with consciousness. You can't escape the default mode network by using the default mode network. The game is rigged. The house always wins. The observer can never observe the observer, because the moment you try, that becomes a new observer to observe. And once you see this clearly, once you really understand that there is no solution, something strange happens. Not peace, not enlightenment, not the end of suffering, but a shift, a subtle change in your relationship with the narrator. You stop believing it so completely. You stop identifying with every thought it produces. You start to recognize it for what it is, a biological process, neurons firing, the brain doing what brains do, not truth, not you, just commentary. And commentary doesn't need to be believed. It doesn't need to be fought. It doesn't need to be fixed. It can just be observed without the meta-observation, without the judgment about the observation, without the attempt to make the observation into something useful. Just
Clearly, the Israelites
commentary. And commentary doesn't need to be believed. It doesn't need to be fought. It doesn't need to be fixed. It can just be observed without the meta-observation, without the judgment about the observation, without the attempt to make the observation into something useful. Just, oh, there's the narrator again, telling me I'm worthless, telling me I'm great, telling me what everything means. And none of it is true. It's just the default mode network doing its job. This is different from mindfulness in a crucial way. Mindfulness says, observe your thoughts without judgment. But that's still fighting. That's still trying to be a good observer. The observation is also just more thoughts. The observer is also observed. There's no clean separation. There's no you watching the thoughts from outside the thoughts. There's just consciousness. And suffering happens when you identify with one part of the consciousness and try to control another part. When you split yourself into observer and observed and think the observer is the real you. But what if there is no real you? What if the self is not a thing to discover, but a process to participate in? What if every attempt to find yourself, to know yourself, to be yourself, is just the default mode network constructing another story that feels true but isn't? This is where the pride has to break. The pride that says, I can figure this out. I can understand myself. I can fix my consciousness. Because you can't. The thing you're using to fix it is the thing that's broken. And calling it broken is already wrong because it's not broken. It's working exactly as designed. It's just designed in a way that creates suffering. Evolution didn't optimize for your happiness. It optimized for survival and reproduction. And consciousness, the default mode network, self-awareness, all of it evolved because it had adaptive value. Being able to think about yourself helps you predict other people's thoughts. Being able to imagine the future helps you plan. Being able to remember the past helps you learn. These are features, not bugs. The suffering is just a side effect, collateral damage in a system optimized for something other than your well-being. And here's where we need to talk about whether consciousness was even a good idea. Because there's a case to be made that we're an evolutionary accident. That consciousness became too sophisticated, that the feedback loop got too tight, that we crossed a threshold where being self-aware stopped being useful and started being destructive. Rust Cole, true detective, says it perfectly. I think human consciousness is a tragic misstep in evolution. We became too self-aware. Nature created an aspect of nature separate from itself. We are creatures that should not exist by natural law. And what if he's right? What if we're the universe's mistake? Matter that became aware of being matter and immediately started suffering because of it. Every other animal lives in the present, even the smart ones, even apes and dolphins and elephants. They can plan, they can remember, they can grieve, but they don't have the default mode network sophisticated enough to construct an autobiographical self that persists across time and demands meaning. A bird doesn't wake up wondering if its life has purpose. A deer doesn't question whether it's living authentically. They just live. They just are. But we can't. We invented yesterday and tomorrow. We escaped the present and immediately got lost in time. We developed the ability to think about death, which means we spend our entire lives aware we're dying, which colors every experience with urgency and dread. We developed the ability to imagine alternate versions of ourselves, which means we're never satisfied with who we are, because we can always imagine being someone better. Consciousness gave us art and science and philosophy, but it took away peace. It took away the ability to just exist without questioning existence. It took away the unself-conscious presence that every other creature has by default. We gained everything and lost the only thing that matters, which is the capacity to be without knowing we're being. And you feel this. You know this. Every moment of genuine joy you've ever experienced, every moment of flow, every moment where you forgot yourself. What was happening? The default mode network was quiet. The narrator shut up. You weren't watching yourself experience joy. You were just joyful. You weren't monitoring your presence. You were just present. And the moment you noticed it, the moment you thought, "This is amazing, I'm so happy right now," the experience collapsed. Because the noticing is the distance, the awareness is the separation. The consciousness is the fall from grace. So maybe the real tragedy isn't that we suffer, it's that we know we suffer. Not the pain, but the awareness of pain. Not the boulder, but knowing we're pushing it while we push it. Not the mountain, but watching ourselves climb while judging our progress, while questioning the destination, while wondering if any of it matters. Camus said we must imagine Sisyphus happy. But how can Sisyphus be happy when he's aware he's Sisyphus? When he knows the boulder will roll down? When he can see the futility even as he pushes? The only way Sisyphus can be happy is if he forgets he's Sisyphus. If he loses himself in the pushing. If the default mode network shuts down long enough for him to just push without the story about pushing. But we can't do that. We can't forget. We're condemned to be aware. And awareness is the curse pretending to be a gift. But here's where I need to bring this back. Here's where we need to talk about what you actually do with this information. Because I'm not trying to make you more depressed. I'm trying to give you something nobody else seems willing to give you. Honesty. The truth about what you're dealing with. Not false hope. Not techniques that promise escape. Just clarity about the actual structure of the problem. And the clarity is this: you cannot escape self-awareness. You cannot turn off the default mode network. You cannot permanently quiet the narrator. These are not failures on your part. These are features of consciousness. And the suffering they create is not something you did wrong. It's the price of being the kind of creature that knows it exists. But here's what you can change. You can change your relationship with the suffering. You can stop treating it as a problem to fix. You can stop adding the second layer of suffering about suffering. You can stop judging yourself for being anxious, which creates anxiety about anxiety. You can stop hating yourself for overthinking, which is just more thinking. You can stop trying to meditate your way out of consciousness, which is just consciousness trying to escape consciousness. You can just let it be what it is. Not as a technique, not as a practice, but as recognition. The narrator is going to narrate. The default mode network is going to default. The observer is going to observe. And none of it needs to be fixed because it's not broken. It's just the human condition. It's what consciousness does. And you are that consciousness, which means you can't step outside it to fix it. You can only stop demanding it be different. This is not acceptance in the therapeutic sense. This is not learn to be okay with your suffering. This is stop creating additional suffering by fighting the suffering that's already there. Stop layering judgment on top of experience. Stop narrating the narration. Stop observing the observer. Just let the whole mess be what it is without trying to manage it. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, but if I stop trying to fix it, won't it get worse? If I stop fighting my anxiety, won't the anxiety win? If I stop monitoring my thoughts, won't I lose control? And the answer is, you never had control. You just had the exhausting illusion of control. The monitoring doesn't help. The fighting doesn't work. The trying just creates more of what you're trying to eliminate. So what happens if you stop? Not forever. Not as a permanent state. Just for a moment. What happens if you let yourself be anxious without the meta-anxiety about being anxious? What happens if you let yourself overthink without judging yourself for overthinking? What happens if you let the narrator narrate without believing everything it says? Maybe nothing. Maybe the anxiety continues. Maybe the overthinking continues. But you've removed one layer. You've stopped adding commentary to the commentary. You've stopped creating the second arrow. The Buddhist concept where the first arrow is pain and the second arrow is your reaction to pain. And the second arrow is usually worse than the first. Someone rejects you. That's the first arrow. It hurts. But then you add, I'm unlovable. I'll be alone forever. There's something wrong with me. That's the second arrow. And the second arrow is the default mode network doing its job, constructing narratives about what the rejection means about you. And if you believe those narratives, if you identify with them, if you let them become your story, they hurt far more than the original rejection. But what if you just felt the rejection without the story? Just that hurt. Without the, and it means I'm worthless. Just, I feel sad. Without the, and I shouldn't feel sad because I should be over this by now. Just the raw experience without the layers of interpretation, judgment, meaning-making. This is possible. Not always. Not permanently. But in moments. And those moments are enough. Not to fix you. Not to transcend the ego. Not to achieve enlightenment. Just to give you a glimpse of what consciousness might be like without the constant warfare. Without the pride that demands you be someone other than who you are. Without the exhausting performance of trying to be the right kind of conscious. And over time, maybe those moments accumulate. Maybe you get better at recognizing when you're adding the second arrow. Maybe you catch yourself mid-narration and just stop. Not forcefully, not as a technique. Just, oh, there I go again. Constructing a story about what this means about me. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the recognition itself creates a tiny bit of distance. Not the distance of the observer observing. The distance of just seeing clearly without trying to change what you see. This is what philosophers mean by wisdom. Not knowledge. Not understanding. Wisdom is seeing clearly without the need to fix what you see. It's recognizing the default mode network for what it is, a biological process, not truth. It's watching the narrator without believing the narration. It's being conscious without taking consciousness so seriously. And maybe the real tragedy isn't consciousness itself. Maybe it's how seriously we take it, how much we believe the stories it tells, how identified we become with the narratives. The default mode network is going to construct a self. That's its job. But you don't have to believe the construction is real. You don't have to defend it. You don't have to make it coherent or consistent or acceptable. The self is a story, and stories can be rewritten, not by trying harder to understand yourself, not by examining yourself more deeply, but by recognizing that the examiner is also part of the examined, that the observer is also observed, that there's no stable platform from which to view yourself because the platform is also you. And that's terrifying, because it means you never get solid ground. You never get certainty about who you are. You never get to solve the puzzle of yourself and close the book and say, there, I know myself now. The process never ends. The consciousness never resolves. The default mode network keeps running until you die. But maybe that's okay. Maybe the need for resolution is just another story. Another product of the same default mode network that creates all the other stories. Maybe life isn't meant to be resolved. Maybe consciousness isn't meant to be fixed. Maybe you're not meant to achieve some perfect state where everything finally makes sense and the narrator shuts up and you can just be. Maybe you're just meant to be conscious, messy, contradictory, ever-changing consciousness. And the suffering isn't a sign you're doing it wrong. It's just what consciousness feels like when it's aware of itself. And that awareness can't be escaped, can't be fixed, can only be inhabited with as much honesty as you can manage in any given moment. So here's what I want to leave you with. Not a solution, not a technique, just a reframe. a different way of seeing the same problem. You are not broken because you can't stop thinking. You are not failing because meditation doesn't quiet your mind. You are not doing it wrong because self-awareness makes you anxious. You're just conscious, and consciousness, the ability to observe your own thoughts, to think about thinking, to watch yourself exist while you exist. This is the human condition. It's not a bug to fix. It's the feature. It's what makes you human. And yes, it creates suffering. The default mode network never shuts up. The narrator never stops. The pride, the need to maintain a coherent self, keeps you rigid and trapped. But you can change your relationship with all of it. You can stop demanding that consciousness be different than it is. You can stop adding layers of judgment to the already difficult experience of being self-aware. You can stop treating your own mind as an enemy to defeat or a puzzle to solve. You can just be conscious, without the story that you should be more conscious or less conscious or different conscious. Just this consciousness, right now, with all its noise and judgment and endless narration. And maybe when you stop fighting it, when you stop trying to escape it, when you stop treating it as a problem that requires a solution, something shifts. Not peace, not enlightenment, not the permanent quieting of the default mode network, just a little less war, a little less exhausting performance, a little less pride demanding you be someone you're not, a little more honesty about what consciousness actually is. Not a tool for achieving perfect self-knowledge, but a condition to inhabit as best you can. And that's it. That's all there is. You're the observer and the observed, the watcher and the watched, the narrator and the narrated, and you will be until you die. And that's not a bug. That's the feature. That's what it means to be human. And maybe the only freedom is knowing it so clearly that you stop asking for escape. If this reframed something for you, if it gave you permission to stop trying to fix your consciousness and just acknowledge what it is, leave a comment. Tell me if this landed. Tell me what you're struggling with. Tell me if you've been fighting the same war with your own mind. And if you want more of this, more philosophy that doesn't promise solutions, more frameworks that help you see clearly instead of feel better, subscribe. Not because you need fixing, because you deserve content that treats consciousness honestly instead of selling you another technique to escape it. Because you deserve to know that the problem isn't you, it's the condition of being conscious. And everyone who tells you they've solved it is either lying or deluded or trying to sell you something. This is what it means to be aware. This is the price of knowing you exist. This is why self-awareness is ruining your life. Not because you're doing it wrong, because it's working exactly as designed.
These are the
Bloodlines of Illuminati.
Cannot experience our lives as a random sequence of events. We have to storify them. We have to find the plot. And McAdams discovered something crucial. The content of your story matters less than its structure. People who tell redemption stories, stories where suffering leads to growth, where failure leads to wisdom, where bad things become good things, those people are psychologically healthier than people who tell contamination stories, where good things turn bad, where hope curdles into despair. This does not mean redemption stories are true and contamination stories are false. It means we have a choice about which story to tell. The same events can be narrated either way. The same life can be a tragedy or a comedy, depending on where you put the emphasis. This is the power I am pointing at, not the power to change what happened, the power to change what it means, the power to take the same raw material and forge it into a different story. McAdams calls the people who do this, well, generative
Don't want to pretend.
adults. They are the ones who have taken their suffering and turned it into something they can give to others. They are the ones who have found a way to make their pain useful. They are not lucky. They are not blessed. They are authors. They have decided what their story means, and that decision has become who they are. There is another phenomenon, related but distinct. Psychologists call it hindsight bias. When you look back at your life, everything seems inevitable. Of course you ended up in this city. Of course you married this person. Of course you chose this career. The path from there to here looks clear, straight, almost predestined. But when you were living it, nothing was clear. You were confused. You were making decisions with incomplete information. You were guessing, hoping, stumbling forward in the dark. Hindsight bias is the brain's tendency to rewrite history so that the present seems like the only possible outcome. It takes the chaos of lived experience and smooths it into a narrative. It makes the accidental look intentional. It makes the random look designed. This is useful. It helps us learn from the past. It helps us feel in control. It helps us sleep at night. But it also creates an illusion. The illusion that our lives are following a script, that someone wrote the ending before we started, that every twist and turn was plotted in advance. The truth is messier. The truth is that you could have ended up anywhere, that 1,000 different versions of your life were possible, that the one you are living is not the inevitable result of cosmic planning, but the arbitrary product of 1,000,000 tiny accidents, each one leading to the next. None of them meaning anything until you decided they did. So if the universe is not arranging things for our benefit, and if our brains are constructing patterns that do not exist, why do we still feel so strongly that everything happens for a reason? I think the answer has to do with terror. There is a theory in psychology called terror management theory. It sounds dramatic because it is. The theory proposes that human beings are the only animals who know they are going to die. We are aware of our own mortality in a way that other creatures are not, and this awareness creates a problem. How do you live a normal life when you know it will end? How do you get out of bed, go to work, love someone, build something, when you know that all of it will eventually be erased? The answer, according to terror management theory, is meaning. We construct systems of meaning. Religions, cultures, ideologies, personal narratives that make us feel like our lives matter, like we are part of something larger, like our existence has significance beyond the brief flicker of our individual consciousness. The belief that everything happens for a reason is one of these constructions. It is a defense against the terror of randomness, because if things happen for no reason, then your suffering is pointless. Your achievements are accidents. Your life is a series of events that could have happened to anyone, signifying nothing. But if things happen for a reason, then even your worst moments have purpose. Your suffering is not meaningless, but educational. Your failures are not random, but formative. You are not a speck of dust blown around by an indifferent wind. You are a protagonist in a story that is going somewhere. This belief is not true in the sense of being objectively verifiable, but it is useful. It is necessary. It is what allows us to keep going when the alternative is despair. But here I want to be careful, because the belief that everything happens for a reason can become toxic. It can curdle into something harmful. And I think we need to look at that before we can move forward. There is a concept called the just world fallacy. It is the belief that people get what they deserve, that good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people, that the universe is fundamentally fair. This belief is comforting when good things happen to you. You must have earned it. You must be doing something right. The universe is rewarding you for your virtue, but it becomes monstrous when applied to suffering. If everything happens for a reason, then what is the reason for the child who gets cancer? What is the reason for the village destroyed by a flood? What is the reason for the person born into poverty, into violence, into circumstances they did not choose and cannot escape? The just world fallacy says there must be a reason. They must have done something. They must deserve it somehow. And this is not just wrong. It is cruel. It takes the arbitrary distribution of suffering and pretends it is justice. I have heard people say everything happens for a reason to someone who just lost a child. I have heard it said to people whose lives were destroyed by random violence. And in those moments, the phrase is not comforting. It is an assault. It is a demand that the person find meaning in something that may have no meaning. It is a refusal to sit with the simple, terrible truth that sometimes bad things happen to good people for no reason at all. So I want to be clear. I am not arguing that the universe has a plan. I am not arguing that your suffering is secretly good for you. I am not arguing that you should paste a smiley face over your pain and pretend it was all meant to be. Some things are just terrible. Some losses cannot be redeemed. Some suffering teaches nothing except that suffering exists. The question is what you do with that. Albert Camus wrote an essay called The Myth of Sisyphus. It is about the most fundamental philosophical question, whether life is worth living in the face of absurdity. Camus looked at the universe and saw what the scientists see. No inherent meaning, no cosmic plan, no reason why you exist rather than do not exist. Just matter and energy, arranging and rearranging, indifferent to human hopes. He called this the absurd, the gap between our need for meaning and the universe's silence, the collision between our demand that life makes sense and the world's refusal to comply. And Camus asked, what do we do with this? Do we despair? Do we pretend the absurdity is not there? Do we leap into religious belief or ideological certainty, anything to escape the silence? His answer was stranger than any of those options. He said, we acknowledge the absurdity. We accept that the universe does not care. And then we create meaning anyway. Not because it is cosmically true, but because it is humanly necessary. He imagined Sisyphus, the figure from Greek mythology, condemned to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity, only to watch it roll back down each time. A meaningless task, an absurd punishment. And Camus said, we must imagine Sisyphus happy, not because the task has meaning, because Sisyphus gives it meaning, because in the act of pushing the boulder, of engaging with the absurd, of refusing to surrender to pointlessness, Sisyphus creates something. He creates himself. He creates his own reason for being. This is what I think we do with our lives. Not find meaning, create it. Not discover the reason things happen, invent the reason. After the fact, looking backward. Friedrich Nietzsche had a phrase for this. He called it amor fati, love of fate. Not acceptance of fate, not resignation to fate. Love, active, passionate, wholehearted love for everything that has happened to you, including the suffering, including the failures, including the things you would never have chosen. Nietzsche wrote, "My formula for greatness in a human being is amor fati, that one wants nothing to be different, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity." This sounds insane. Want nothing to be different, not even the worst moments, not even the suffering that seemed to serve no purpose. But Nietzsche had a thought experiment that makes it clearer. He called it the eternal return. Imagine that a demon appeared to you in your loneliest moment and said, "This life, as you have lived it, you will have to live again and innumerable times again. Every pain and every joy, every thought and every sigh, everything unspeakably small or great in your life will return to you, all in the same succession and sequence." How would you respond? Would you curse the demon? Would you fall into despair at the thought of living your suffering over and over, forever? Or would you say, "Yes, this is my life. I choose it. I would choose it again. I would choose it eternally." Nietzsche was not asking whether you liked your life. He was asking whether you could affirm it, whether you could say yes to the whole thing, including the parts you did not choose, including the parts that broke you, because the self who wishes things had been different is the self who does not exist. If things had been different, you would be different. The person wishing is a product of the things they are wishing away. To truly love your life, you have to love the path that created it. All of it. The wrong turns, the dead ends, the moments of despair. Because those moments are not separate from the good ones. They are the foundation of the good ones. They are upstream of everything you value. This is not the same as saying everything happens for a reason. It is saying, I will make it have happened for a reason. I will take the raw material of my life, including the parts I did not choose, and I will forge it into something. Not because the universe demanded it, because I do. Let me tell you a story about Steve Jobs. In 2005, Jobs gave a commencement speech at Stanford. He was already famous, already successful, already the visionary who had transformed multiple industries. And he told the graduates something that has stayed with me for years. He told them about dropping out of college, about how it seemed like a disaster at the time. His parents had saved for years to send him to school, and he was throwing it away. He had no idea what he wanted to do. He was sleeping on the floor of friends' rooms, returning bottles for food money. But because he had dropped out, he could drop into classes that interested him. One of those was a calligraphy course. He learned about typefaces, about spacing, about the art of beautiful lettering. It seemed useless at the time. It had no practical application. 10 years later, Jobs was designing the Macintosh, and he remembered the calligraphy course. He built beautiful typography into the Mac. It became one of the things that distinguished Apple from every other computer company. It changed the way the entire world thinks about design. Jobs said, "You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future." This is often quoted as evidence that the universe has a plan, that if you follow your heart, things will work out, that there is a hidden logic to life that reveals itself in time. But I do not think that is what Jobs was saying. I think he was saying something more radical. He was saying that the connections do not exist until you make them, that the dots are just dots until you draw the lines, that the meaning of your past is not fixed but fluid, waiting to be shaped by what you do next. Jobs did not drop out of college because the universe knew he would need calligraphy. He dropped out because he was lost. The calligraphy was an accident. The Macintosh was years away. The connection only existed in hindsight, drawn by a man looking backward and deciding what his story meant. He was not a character discovering a predetermined plot. He was an author, writing the plot as he went, revising the earlier chapters to fit the later ones. There is an old Chinese parable that captures this perfectly. A farmer's horse runs away. His neighbors come to console him. "What terrible luck," they say. The farmer shrugs. "Good luck, bad luck, who knows?" The next week, the horse returns, bringing with it 3 wild horses. The neighbors come to celebrate. "What wonderful luck," they say. The farmer shrugs. "Good luck, bad luck, who knows?" The farmer's son tries to ride one of the wild horses, falls, and breaks his leg. The neighbors come to console him again. "What terrible luck," they say. The farmer shrugs. "Good luck, bad luck, who knows?" The next month, the army comes through the village, conscripting all the young men for a war. They pass over the farmer's son because of his broken leg. The neighbors are astonished. "What wonderful luck!" The farmer shrugs. This story is usually told as a lesson in patience. Wait long enough and you will see why things happened. The universe has a plan. You just cannot see it yet. But I read it differently now. The farmer is not patient because he trusts in cosmic wisdom. He is patient because he understands something about the nature of events and meaning. He understands that the meaning is not in the event. The meaning is in what comes after, and what comes after is not determined yet. The horse running away is not good or bad. It is just a horse running away. The broken leg is not good or bad. It is just a broken leg. The meaning arrives later when the son is not conscripted, when the wild horses are tamed, when the next chapter reveals what the previous chapter was for. But even then, the meaning is not final. The story continues. The son who was not conscripted might resent his father for letting him break his leg. The wild horses might bring disease to the farm. The meaning keeps shifting as the story keeps unfolding. The farmer's wisdom is not that he knows the meaning. It is that he knows the meaning is not fixed, that every event is raw material, waiting to be shaped by what comes next, that the author has not finished writing. This is what I mean when I say we are alchemists. In medieval times, alchemists tried to transform lead into gold. They failed, of course. Lead does not become gold through any process available to human beings. But there is a transformation that is possible. A transformation that happens not in a laboratory, but in a mind. The transformation of accident into meaning, of suffering into wisdom, of random events into a coherent story. This is what Frankl did in the camps. This is what Jobs did with his failures. This is what every human being does every day when they look at their past and decide what it means. We take the lead of our lives. the mistakes, the losses, the things that should never have happened, and we turn it into gold, not by changing what happened, but by changing what it means, by writing it into a story that serves us, by making it a chapter in a book that is going somewhere. The alchemy is not magical, it is narrative. It is the human capacity to take any experience and give it a place in a larger whole, to say, this happened so that this could happen, to say, I went through that so I could become this. The universe did not arrange your suffering into a meaningful shape. You did, looking backward, connecting the dots, writing the story. And the fact that you did it, rather than the universe, does not make it less real. It makes it more real, because it means the meaning is yours. You own it. You created it. It cannot be taken away. I want to talk about the new year. There is something strange about January, about the way the calendar flips and suddenly everything feels possible, about the way millions of people all over the world make resolutions, promises to themselves, declarations that this year will be different. Why do we do this? The day after December 31st is not actually different from the day before. The planet is in the same place. Your body is the same body. Your problems are the same problems. Nothing has changed except a number on a calendar. And yet we feel it. The freshness, the possibility, the sense that we are standing at the beginning of something, that the past is behind us, that we can become whoever we want to be. I think this is evidence of what I have been talking about. The human capacity to create meaning through narrative, to draw a line and say, everything before this line is the old story. Everything after is the new one. The new year is a collective act of authorship. We all agree together to treat January 1st as a beginning. And because we agree, it becomes one. Not because of astronomy, not because of cosmic significance, because we decided. This is what we do with our entire lives, compressed into a single moment. We look at where we have been, we decide what it meant, and we write the next chapter. The resolutions are not really about losing weight or learning a language or being more productive. They are about asserting authorship, claiming the right to revise your own story, saying, I am not just a product of what happened to me. I am the one who decides what happens next. But I also want to say something about the resolutions that fail, because most of them do. The statistics are brutal. Most people abandon their New Year's resolutions within weeks. The gym that was crowded in January is empty by March. The journal that was going to capture every thought lies untouched after the first entry. The new self that was going to emerge retreats back into the old patterns. And this feels like defeat, like evidence that we cannot really change, like the story is already written and we are just characters acting out our predetermined roles. But I do not think that is what it means. I think the failed resolutions are just as much evidence of our authorship as the successful ones. Because the failure is not the end of the story, it is material for the next chapter. The person who tried to change and failed is not the same as the person who never tried at all. The attempt matters. The intention matters. Even the failure becomes part of the narrative, part of the raw material that the future self will use to construct meaning. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, the pattern shifts. The resolution that failed for 5 years succeeds in the 6th. The change that seemed impossible suddenly becomes inevitable. Not because the universe decided it was time, because you kept writing, you kept revising, you kept treating your life as a story that was still being told. I want to tell you something personal now. There was a year in my life that felt like the end of everything. I will not give you the details because the details do not matter. What matters is that I was certain at the time that I had made an irreversible mistake, that I had destroyed something that could not be rebuilt, that the story of my life had taken a wrong turn from which there was no recovery. I spent months in that certainty. I replayed the decisions I had made. I imagined the alternate timelines where I had chosen differently. I was haunted by the version of my life that should have been, that would have been, if only I had been smarter or braver or more careful. And then, slowly, something shifted. Not the circumstances. The circumstances remained what they were. What shifted was my relationship to them. I began to see the failure differently, not as an ending, but as a transformation. Not as a wrong turn, but as the only turn that could have led to where I was going. I do not know if I believe this. I do not know if the story I now tell about that year is true in any cosmic sense. Maybe I am just a brain constructing patterns, finding meaning where there is none, lying to myself so beautifully that I cannot tell it is a lie. But I also know this: the story I tell now is better than the story I was telling then. It is more useful. It is more livable. It allows me to wake up in the morning and feel like my life is going somewhere, rather than feeling like it has already ended. And if that is an illusion, it is an illusion I have chosen, an illusion I have authored, an illusion that belongs to me. Here is what I think I believe. At the end of all this thinking, I do not believe the universe has a plan for you. I do not believe there is a cosmic author arranging your suffering into meaningful shapes. I do not believe that things happen for a reason, if by reason you mean a purpose that exists independent of human interpretation. But I do believe in the human capacity to create reason, to look at the chaos of experience and weave it into narrative, to take the accidents of a life and decide, retroactively, what they meant. This is not a lesser belief, it is a greater one, because it means the meaning is not given to you from above. It is forged by you in the fire of your own living. It is yours in a way that no external meaning could ever be. You are not a character in someone else's story. You are the author of your own. And the act of authorship is not a metaphor. It is the most literal description of what you do every day, every moment, every time you take what happened and decide what it means. The feeling that things happen for a reason is not evidence that the universe cares about you. It is evidence that you care about yourself, that you are doing the work of meaning making that only a human being can do, that you are transforming lead into gold, accident into purpose, chaos into story. You are an alchemist. You always have been. The only question is whether you do the alchemy consciously or let it happen to you without understanding what you are doing. I want to leave you with one more thought. There is a difference between finding meaning and creating meaning. Finding implies that the meaning is out there, waiting to be discovered. Creating implies that the meaning does not exist until you make it. The first view is more comforting. It suggests that even when you cannot see the meaning, it is there. That even when you are lost, you are on the right path. That even when everything falls apart, a larger plan is unfolding. The second view is more challenging. It places the burden on you. It says that if your life does not have meaning, it is because you have not created it yet. It says that the meaning is your responsibility, your task, your gift to yourself. But the second view is also more empowering, because it means the meaning can never be taken away from you. No one can come along and tell you that your interpretation is wrong, that your story does not make sense, that the meaning you created is not valid. It is yours. You made it. It exists because you exist. And when things fall apart, when the story you have been telling stops working, when the meaning you created crumbles, you can create again. You can write a new chapter. You can revise the narrative. You can take the same raw material and forge it into something different. This is not denial. This is not pretending that suffering does not hurt or that loss does not devastate. It is saying that even the suffering, even the loss, can become part of a story that is worth telling. That even the worst chapters can lead to something. That even now, in this moment, you are gathering material for a meaning that does not yet exist. The new year is here. The calendar has flipped. The number has changed. Nothing is different. Everything is different. You are standing at the beginning of a chapter that has not been written. The pages are blank. The story could go anywhere. You do not know what will happen this year. You do not know what accidents await you, what failures, what surprises, what losses, what gifts. The universe will not tell you in advance. The universe does not know. The universe does not care. But you will take whatever happens and make it mean something. You will connect the dots backward, drawing lines that did not exist until you drew them. You will look at the chaos and find the pattern. You will take the lead and make it gold. Not because you have to, because you can, because that is what you are. A meaning-making creature in a universe that makes no meaning on its own. The feeling that things happen for a reason is not a proof of cosmic design. It is a proof of human artistry. It is evidence that somewhere inside you, an author is at work, taking notes, gathering material, waiting for the right moment to reveal what it all meant. You do not know the reason yet. You cannot. The story is not finished, but you will find it. You will create it. You will look back at this moment, this year, this chapter, and you will understand. Not because the understanding was always there, because you put it there, because that is what alchemists do. And if you are in the middle of something right now, something that feels meaningless, something that feels like pure suffering, something you cannot imagine ever redeeming, I want to say this. You do not have to find the meaning today. You do not have to understand why this is happening. You do not have to pretend it is good or necessary or part of a plan. You just have to survive it. You just have to keep going. You just have to trust that the author inside you is taking notes, gathering material, waiting for the moment when the meaning can be made. It might take years. It might take decades. It might never come in the form you expect. But you have transformed things before. You have taken the wreckage of previous chapters and built something from them. You have looked at old suffering and found it was the foundation of present joy. You know how to do this. You have been doing it your whole life. The feeling that things happen for a reason is not a lie. It is a memory of all the times you made the reason yourself, a memory of your own power. The universe does not have a plan for you, but you have a plan for you. You are writing it right now, every moment, every breath, every decision to keep going. And one day, you will look back at this moment. You will see how it connected to everything that came after. You will understand what it meant, not because the meaning was there all along, because you put it there, because you are the alchemist, because you always were. When was the last time you were genuinely excited about something? I don't mean interested, I mean excited. The kind where you can't sleep the night before because your brain won't stop thinking about it. I used to feel that way before Christmas as a kid, before trips, before seeing someone I liked. I can't remember the last time I felt that. If you clicked on this video, maybe you can't either. Maybe you've noticed this weird flatness in your days. Everything is fine. Your life is fine. But nothing lands anymore. Nothing gets through the glass. You're not depressed. You don't think so, anyway. You show up. You laugh at jokes. You go through all the motions of a normal life. But the color drained out somewhere along the way, and you're not sure when or how to get it back. I want to talk about this, but I don't want to do the thing where I give you a morning routine or a productivity hack or 5 steps to feeling alive again. That stuff makes me want to throw my laptop out the window. I want to talk about it the way I'd talk about it with a friend, as someone who's been in this place, as someone who's sometimes still in this place. Here's what it feels like for me. I wake up and there's no dread, but there's no anticipation either. The day is just a list of things to get through. I'll get through them. I always do. But getting through became the whole point somewhere along the way. And I'm not sure when that happened. I scroll Netflix for 20 minutes and close it without picking anything. Everything looks the same. Everything feels like I've already seen it, even if I haven't. I have dinner plans, and I'm not dreading them, but I'm not looking forward to them either. I'll go, I'll talk, I'll come home feeling exactly the same as when I left. The thing that used to happen, where I felt energized or connected or happy to have seen someone, that doesn't happen anymore. I just went out. I came home. Another evening logged. Food tastes fine. Music sounds fine. Everything is fine. The word fine starts to feel like a prison. It's not bad enough to complain about. It's not good enough to celebrate. It's just fine. Endlessly, relentlessly fine. The weird part is I remember when it was different. I remember being so excited about a movie that I counted down the days. I remember anticipation as a physical thing in my chest. This buzzing, warm feeling of looking forward. I remember caring about things in a way that made time feel different. Now everything just passes through, like I'm watching my own life on a screen. Present, but not really present. There, but not really there. I don't know exactly when this started. I think that's the scariest part. It didn't announce itself. It just crept in gradually, like fog, until one day I realized I couldn't see across the street anymore. There's a reason this happens, and it's not your fault. Your brain adapts to everything. Psychologists call it hedonic adaptation. Whatever becomes normal stops registering. Good things stop feeling good. Bad things stop feeling bad. Everything drifts toward neutral. This is useful if you're stuck in a bad situation. Your brain makes it feel normal so you can keep functioning. The stress fades into background noise. You adapt. You survive. That's the point. But the same thing happens with good stuff. The apartment that felt amazing the first month. Now it's just where you live. You don't notice the light anymore. You stop seeing the view. It's just your apartment. The relationship that made your heart race. Now it's just your relationship. You love the person. You're glad they're there. But the intensity faded. The butterflies died. You adapted. The job you were thrilled to get. Now it's just your job. First week you were terrified and alive and noticing everything. Now you know where the good coffee is and which meetings you can zone out in. Lottery winners report the same happiness levels a year after winning as they had before. People who become paralyzed report roughly the same levels too. This seems insane. Winning millions and losing the use of your legs lead to the same emotional place. But the research keeps confirming it. We adapt to almost everything. Your brain turns everything into wallpaper. And wallpaper is, by definition, something you stop seeing. You could have a great life and still feel nothing. Good health, good relationships, good work. Doesn't matter. Your brain converted all of it into baseline. Every blessing became background noise. Everything you should be grateful for got filed under normal. This isn't ingratitude. This isn't a character flaw. It's just how brains work. They evolved to notice threats and opportunities, not to feel perpetual gratitude for what's already secured. Your ancestors, who stopped appreciating the cave and started looking for the next danger, were the ones who survived. We're their descendants. The constant appreciation gene didn't make it. The obvious advice is to add more. More novelty, more stimulation, more experiences. Travel somewhere. Try a hobby. Meet new people. Shake things up. Break the routine. That's what everyone says. This works for a while. New things feel like something because your brain hasn't adapted to them yet. You book the trip, you feel alive, you come home, and 3 weeks later, you're back to baseline. The photos on your phone are the only proof it even happened. So you need a bigger trip next time, a more intense experience, a higher dose. The weekend getaway that used to excite you now feels underwhelming. You need the 2-week adventure, the exotic location, the thing you can post about. Same with everything else. A first date used to be thrilling. Now you need fireworks immediately, or you're bored. A good meal used to be an event. Now you need the reservation everyone's talking about, the chef everyone's following, the experience nobody can get. This is the trap. Each hit requires more. The threshold keeps rising. You're chasing a feeling that keeps receding, always just out of reach, always requiring a bigger gesture to access. I've watched people try to solve numbness with more. More travel, more experiences, more relationships, more purchases, more everything. They get busier and busier, filling every gap with novelty, and they end up exhausted and overstimulated and still numb. Maybe more numb than before, because now they've proven that even the big stuff doesn't work. More isn't the answer. If your capacity to feel is broken, throwing more experiences at it just confirms it's broken. You need to fix the capacity itself. And that requires something different than adding more. It might require subtracting. I've been reading Camus again lately. He's one of those writers I come back to when things feel flat. He wrote about meaninglessness, about absurdity, about the gap between what we want and what we get. Heavy stuff. The kind of philosophy that sounds depressing when you describe it at parties. But Camus wasn't depressing. That's what I like about him. He looked at the void and didn't flinch. He acknowledged that the universe doesn't care, that meaning isn't built in, that we're all going to die and be forgotten. He said all that. And then he basically said, so what? Live anyway. Feel anyway. Love anyway. The meaninglessness doesn't give you permission to check out. If anything, it makes the living more urgent. When Camus was young, he wrote these essays about Algeria, where he grew up, about swimming in the Mediterranean, lying in the sun among Roman ruins, the smell of flowers and the heat of stone. There's this desperate happiness in the writing, joy that knows it won't last but exists fully anyway. It's hard to explain. You have to read it. He was broke, sick with tuberculosis that kept threatening to kill him, living in a world heading toward war. None of that stopped him from feeling the sun, from being present to what was actually there. Years later, after the war, after fame, after his marriage fell apart, After he and Sartre had their public falling out, after everything got complicated and heavy, he went back to Tipasa. He was looking for the feeling he'd had 20 years before, the joy, the presence, the capacity to feel the sun and actually feel it. And at first he couldn't find it. The ruins were the same. The sea was the same. He was different. He walked around in the rain, feeling nothing. Cold, grey, flat. He started to fear that maybe the capacity for that kind of joy belonged to youth, and he'd used his up. Maybe you only get so much, and then it's gone. This went on for a while. The place that used to make him feel alive just felt like wet stones and bad weather. Then something shifted. He doesn't explain exactly what, but he wrote this line I keep thinking about. In the depths of winter, I finally learned that within me there lay an invincible summer. It sounds like Instagram motivation now. People put it on posters and coffee mugs. But in context, it's not motivational. It's not saying stay positive or look on the bright side. It's saying something specific. The capacity for feeling doesn't depend on circumstances. It's not something the world gives you or takes away. It's in you regardless. Invincible means it can't be conquered, can't be destroyed. The external world can be cold and grey and dead, and that thing is still in there. The rain didn't stop. His life didn't get easier. The ruins didn't suddenly become golden. But he found access to something that had been there the whole time. The winter didn't turn into summer. The summer was already there, underneath. I don't have 5 steps for this. I have some thoughts. Take them or leave them. The first is that adding more usually doesn't help. If you're numb, piling on experiences just buries you deeper. You might need less, not more. Less noise, less stimulation, less scrolling, less input. I know this is annoying advice. Just unplug and meditate. Whatever. But there's something to it. When you remove the constant input, you start to feel what's actually there. The numbness reveals itself as a defense against overwhelm. It's not that you can't feel. It's that you've been protecting yourself from feeling too much, and the protection became the default. Take the overwhelm away, and sometimes feeling comes back on its own. Not immediately, but eventually. The second thought is about attention. Camus lying in the sun at Tipasa wasn't doing anything special. Millions of people lie in the sun every day and feel nothing. The difference was that he was actually there, present, letting the experience in without commentary or distraction, not planning the next thing while experiencing the current thing, not taking a picture for later, not thinking about what it means or what he'd write about it, just being there. This is harder than it sounds. We're trained to be elsewhere, to plan ahead, evaluate, compare. Your brain is always running ahead of your body, scheduling and anticipating and worrying. But experience only happens in attention. If your attention is fragmented, your experience is fragmented. And fragments don't feel like much. They're just content, data, input that gets processed and filed. The practice is simple but hard. Noticing where you are, what you're actually sensing, letting experience be experience without immediately turning it into content or story or something to share or analyze. I'm bad at this. I spend most of my time thinking about things instead of experiencing them. But sometimes I catch myself doing the other thing, actually tasting food, actually feeling water on my skin. It's different when you're there. The third thought is about expectations. One reason nothing feels exciting is that we've already processed everything before it happens. We've seen pictures, read reviews, heard opinions, formed expectations. By the time the actual experience arrives, we're just confirming what we already knew. You go somewhere new, but you've seen it on Instagram 100 times. The Eiffel Tower looks exactly like the Eiffel Tower. The beach looks exactly like the beach. The experience becomes a recognition, not a discovery. A checkbox, not an adventure. No wonder it doesn't feel like anything. You already experienced it. The real thing is just the verification. I don't know how to fix this completely. Maybe you can't. But noticing helps. Catching yourself expecting instead of experiencing. Sometimes just seeing the pattern creates a gap. A moment where you're actually encountering something instead of confirming it. The fourth thought is about action. When you feel nothing, paralysis sets in. Why do anything if nothing feels good? The inertia becomes its own justification. You stop doing things because you don't feel like it. And the not doing makes the not feeling worse. You get stuck in a loop where numbness causes inaction, and inaction reinforces numbness. Camus called his response revolt. Just refusing to accept paralysis as the final answer. Acting anyway. Creating anyway. You don't feel motivated, doesn't matter. Waiting for motivation is how you stay stuck forever. Writers know this. You don't wait for inspiration to write. You write, and sometimes inspiration shows up in the middle. Usually it doesn't. But the words accumulate either way. The work gets done. And occasionally you look up and realize an hour passed without you noticing. Flow showed up without an invitation. Motivation follows action more often than action follows motivation. This feels backward, but it's true. Start doing the thing and see if you start wanting to do it. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you don't. Either way, you broke the paralysis. You did something. That's not nothing. Camus died at 46 in a car crash. Random, stupid, pointless. He'd been planning to take the train, but a friend offered him a ride at the last minute. The car hit a tree, and that was it. They found an unfinished novel in his bag, along with his unused train ticket. He didn't know that morning was his last. He didn't get to finish. He didn't get to say goodbye. I think about this when I think about him. He wrote so much about living intensely, being present, squeezing everything from each moment. Then he was just gone, like anyone can be. He didn't wait to feel like living. He just lived, even when things were hard, even when he felt the winter more than the summer. I don't know if any of this helps. The numbness is real. I'm not pretending you can think your way out of it. Some people need therapy. Some people need medication. Some people need to change their circumstances in ways that are hard and scary. I can't tell you what you need because I don't know you. I'm also not promising this will work. I hate videos that promise. Do this one thing and feel alive again. Right. If it were that simple, no one would be numb. But the capacity to feel is still in there. That part, I believe. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's underneath all the adaptation and overwhelm and noise. Invincible, like Camus said. You can't destroy it. You can only cover it over. And what's covered can be uncovered. Less noise helps. Attention helps. Action despite inertia helps. Stopping the search for the thing that will fix you helps. Weirdly. The optimization, the self-improvement, the endless trying to become something. Maybe you don't need to become anything. Maybe you need to be here. Camus at Tipas wasn't achieving anything. He was lying in the sun, swimming, walking through old stones, just existing as hard as he could in whatever moment he happened to be in. That was the whole practice. Being there. Actually being there. He died at 46 in a car crash. Random, stupid, pointless. He'd been planning to take the train, but a friend offered him a ride at the last minute. The car hit a tree, and that was it. They found an unfinished novel in his bag, along with his unused train ticket. He didn't know that morning was his last. He didn't get to finish the novel, didn't get to say goodbye. Just gone, like anyone can be. He wrote so much about living intensely, being present, squeezing everything from each moment. Then he was just dead, random. No lesson, no meaning, just a car and a tree and the end. I think about this when I think about not feeling anything. How the feeling doesn't wait. How life doesn't pause until you figure out how to experience it properly. It just keeps happening, whether you're present for it or not. Camus didn't wait to feel like living. He just lived, even when things were hard, even when he felt the winter more than the summer. The living came first. The feeling followed. Sometimes the universe doesn't answer. It doesn't care. It offers nothing. And yet, here we are, still wanting, still seeking, still capable of feeling warmth on our skin when we let ourselves, still capable of being surprised, still capable of presence even when presence feels impossible. That's the invincible summer. It doesn't depend on meaning. It doesn't depend on your life working out. It doesn't depend on finding the right trick or the right morning routine or the right answer. It just depends on you being here. Actually here. You're still watching this, still looking for something, still here. The capacity is still there. It always was. You can't destroy it. You can only forget it's there. In the depths of winter, an invincible summer. Not a promise that everything will be okay, just what's true. Imagine a world where nobody can lie. How are you? Anxious, tired. I didn't sleep well because I kept thinking about how my life hasn't turned out the way I wanted. And seeing you reminds me of that because you seem to have everything figured out and I resent you for it a little bit. Did you like the dinner I made? It was bland. You always undercook the pasta. I've been pretending to enjoy your cooking for 3 years because I didn't want to hurt your feelings. But since I can't lie anymore, there it is. Do you love me? Less than I used to. Sometimes, when we're talking, I think about other people. I don't know if I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I stay because leaving seems complicated and I'm afraid of being alone. How long before this world collapses? A week, a day, an hour? We're taught from childhood that lying is wrong. One of the first moral lessons. Don't lie. Tell the truth. Honesty is the best policy. And we nod along, and we teach our own children the same thing. And we believe it while lying constantly. To others, to ourselves, to everyone, all the time, in ways we don't even recognize as lies anymore. Because here's what nobody tells you. Lying isn't what destroys society. Lying is what holds it together. Think about your day yesterday. Someone asked how you were doing. You said fine. Were you fine? Probably not entirely. Probably there was something. A worry, an ache, a resentment, a fear. But you said fine because that's what you say. Because the person asking didn't actually want a real answer. Because giving a real answer would be weird, uncomfortable, a violation of the social contract. That was a lie, a small one, a necessary one. Someone showed you something they made, or told you about something they were excited about, and you responded with enthusiasm. Was the enthusiasm entirely genuine? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe you were tired, distracted, not that interested. But you performed interest because that's what you do for people you care about. You give them the reaction they need, not the reaction you actually have. That was a lie too. Someone asked your opinion about something. their outfit, their idea, their decision, and you softened the truth. You didn't say what you actually thought. You said a version that would land better, hurt less, preserve the relationship. Another lie. This isn't moral failure. This is civilization. This is how we manage to live together without constant conflict, without every interaction becoming a confrontation, without burning down every relationship with the acid of unfiltered honesty. The lies you told yesterday weren't betrayals. They were kindnesses. I want to talk about what honesty actually is. We act like it's simple. Truth or lie. Black or white. You either say what's real or you say what's fake. But that's not how language works. That's not how communication works. That's not how humans work. Every time you speak, you're selecting. You're choosing which true things to say and which true things to leave out. You're deciding how to frame what you say, what context to include, what emphasis to give. You're reading the other person and adjusting your message to land the way you want it to land. This is not lying in the obvious sense, but it's not honesty either. It's something in between, something we all do all the time, without thinking about it. When you tell someone about your day, you don't include everything. You select the interesting parts, the parts that support the narrative you're building, the parts that present you in a certain light. You leave out the boring bits, the embarrassing moments, the thoughts you'd rather not share. Is that honesty? Or is it curation so thorough that it amounts to fiction? When you describe yourself to someone new, you emphasize certain traits and minimize others. You tell stories that make you look a certain way. You are, in effect, writing a character, a version of yourself optimized for this particular audience. Honest, dishonest. The line blurs beyond recognition. The person who says, "I'm just being honest," when they say something cruel, is usually not being honest. They're using honesty as a weapon. They're selecting the truths that hurt and presenting them as if they had no choice, as if the words simply fell out of their mouth uncontrolled. "I'm just saying what everyone's thinking," they say, as if that justifies it, as if the decision to speak wasn't also a choice, as if the decision to speak those particular words in that particular way at that particular moment wasn't calculated for maximum impact. That's a lie about honesty, maybe the most common lie of all. Real honesty would include context. Real honesty would acknowledge uncertainty. Real honesty would admit that your perception is limited, your motives are mixed, your understanding is incomplete. Real honesty would say, "This is how it looks to me, but I might be wrong, and I have my own reasons for seeing it this way." But that kind of honesty is exhausting. It's impractical. It would take hours to say anything. It would undermine every point you tried to make. So we simplify, we edit, we select, we perform a version of truth that works well enough, that gets the job done, that allows conversation to flow without drowning in caveats and qualifications. We lie, in other words, but we call it communication. Here's something that might surprise you. Children start lying around age 2 or 3. And when they do, it's not a sign of moral corruption. It's a sign of cognitive development. Lying is hard, much harder than telling the truth. To lie successfully, you need to understand that other people have minds different from yours, that they don't automatically know what you know, see what you see, think what you think. This is called theory of mind, and it's one of the most important cognitive abilities humans develop. You need to hold two versions of reality simultaneously: what actually happened and what you're claiming happened. This requires working memory, the ability to juggle multiple things in your mind at once. You need to track what you've said to whom. You need to remember your lies, maintain consistency, update the false reality as conversations evolve. This requires sophisticated memory and planning abilities. You need to predict how your lie will be received and adjust accordingly. Anticipate questions, prepare backup stories. This requires social intelligence and imagination. Children who learn to lie early tend to score higher on cognitive tests. This finding has been replicated across multiple studies. The early liars aren't morally worse. They're mentally more developed. They've reached a cognitive milestone that some children take longer to reach. The ability to lie is one of the things that makes us human. Other animals deceive, they camouflage, they bluff, they misdirect. A bird might fake a broken wing to lead predators away from her nest. A monkey might suppress a food call to keep a discovery for himself. But the kind of complex, strategic, sustained deception that humans engage in requires a level of cognitive sophistication that most species don't have. We lie about the past, about the future, about things that never happened and never will. We lie with language, with silence, with carefully constructed performances that span years. We evolved to lie. Our brains are built for it, and the same capacities that let us lie, theory of mind, imagination, mental simulation, are the capacities that let us create art, tell stories, build cultures, connect with each other across the vast gap of separate consciousness. You can't have empathy without theory of mind. You can't have fiction without imagination. You can't have culture without the ability to construct and share narratives that aren't literally true, but are meaningful anyway. Lying isn't a bug in human nature. It's a feature. One of the central features, actually. You can't separate it from everything else that makes us who we are. Let's talk about the lies you tell yourself. Psychologists have a term for this: positive illusions. Most mentally healthy people have them. They overestimate their abilities. They underestimate risks. They believe they're more in control than they are. They think their future will be better than statistics suggest. They remember their past selves more favorably than warranted. This sounds like a problem. These beliefs are inaccurate. Shouldn't we want to see reality clearly? Shouldn't truth lead to better decisions, better outcomes, better lives? Well, here's the strange part. Studies show that people who lack these positive illusions, who see themselves and their situations more accurately, are more likely to be depressed. This phenomenon is called depressive realism. People with depression tend to be better at assessing their actual abilities, predicting outcomes, understanding how others perceive them. They're more accurate, and they're miserable. The research is striking. In one classic study, participants played a game where they had varying degrees of control over a light turning on. Depressed participants accurately estimated how much control they had. Non-depressed participants consistently overestimated their control. They thought they were influencing the light more than they actually were. The healthy people were wrong. The depressed people were right. In another study, participants predicted how they would perform on a task, then actually performed it. Depressed participants were more accurate in their predictions. Non-depressed participants overestimated how well they would do. Again, the healthy ones had the distorted view. The unhealthy ones saw clearly. Meanwhile, the people with the rosiest self-assessments, the most inflated sense of their own abilities and prospects, tend to be happier, more resilient, more successful. They bounce back from failure faster because they don't see failure as revealing some deep truth about themselves. They persist longer because they genuinely believe they'll succeed. They attract more opportunities because confidence, even unwarranted confidence, is magnetic. The lies they tell themselves aren't dragging them down. The lies are keeping them afloat. This is uncomfortable. We want to believe that truth is always better, that seeing clearly leads to better outcomes, that self-deception is weakness. We admire people who face hard truths and see things as they really are. But the evidence suggests otherwise. A certain amount of self-deception isn't just harmless. It might be necessary. Necessary for mental health. Necessary for motivation. Necessary for the basic willingness to get up in the morning and try again. The depressed person who sees themselves accurately might be right about everything. Their limitations, their prospects, how others view them. But being right doesn't help. Being right might be precisely the problem. You lie to yourself about your chances. You lie to yourself about your worth. You lie to yourself about the meaningfulness of what you're doing. You remember your successes more vividly than your failures. You attribute good outcomes to your skill and bad outcomes to circumstance. And those lies might be the only reason you're still here. I'm not saying all lies are good. Obviously, they're not. Lies can manipulate. Lies can betray. Lies can destroy trust and wreck relationships and cause tremendous harm. But the category of lying contains such different things that treating them as morally equivalent makes no sense. The lie you tell to avoid hurting someone's feelings is not the same as the lie you tell to cover up wrongdoing. The lie you tell to preserve a friendship is not the same as the lie you tell to exploit someone's trust. The lie you tell yourself to maintain hope is not the same as the lie you tell yourself to avoid responsibility. We need a more nuanced vocabulary for this. We need to distinguish between lies that serve connection and lies that destroy it, between lies that protect and lies that exploit, between lies that make life possible and lies that make it worse. The blanket condemnation of lying, all lying, always, is itself a kind of lie, a simplification that doesn't match reality, an easy moral rule that falls apart the moment you look at actual human life. Think about the closest relationship you have. How much does that person know about what goes on inside your head? Really know. Not what you've told them. Not the edited version. The actual contents of your mind. The petty thoughts. The fleeting resentments. The embarrassing fantasies. The moments of doubt about them. About yourself. About everything. If they knew all of it, would they still be close to you? Maybe. Some relationships can survive radical transparency, but most can't. Most relationships require a certain amount of curation, selection, strategic presentation. The people involved aren't dishonest in some corrupt sense. It's just that complete honesty between two people is impossible to sustain. Think about what complete honesty would require. Every flash of annoyance, spoken. Every passing attraction to someone else, confessed. Every doubt about the relationship, laid bare. Every unflattering thought you've ever had about them, their habits, their body, their mind, shared openly. No relationship survives this. None. Even the strongest bonds would buckle under the weight of unfiltered truth. You can't share everything. You can't even articulate everything. So you choose what to share, what to hold back, what to emphasize, what to downplay. You construct a version of yourself that you present to them, and they do the same for you. This isn't betrayal. This is intimacy. Real intimacy isn't about knowing everything about another person. It's about knowing enough, knowing the important parts, and trusting that what's hidden isn't hidden out of malice. We have this romantic idea that true love means total transparency, that if you really love someone, you tell them everything, that secrets are poison. But think about the couples you know who practice this, the ones who share every thought, process every feeling aloud, refuse to hold anything back. Are they happier, more connected, or are they exhausted, constantly navigating emotional landmines, never able to let anything rest? Every relationship is a collaboration in mutual fiction. You agree together on what counts, what matters, what you're going to pretend not to notice. You build a shared story that works for both of you, even if it doesn't match every objective fact. She knows you find other women attractive. You both know this, but she doesn't need to hear about it every time it happens, and you don't need to say it. The silence isn't dishonesty, it's tact. It's choosing the relationship over the compulsion to narrate your inner life. He knows you sometimes wonder if you made the right choice. You both know that doubt visits every long relationship, but speaking it every time you feel it doesn't strengthen the bond. It erodes it. Some truths serve no purpose except to wound. The couples who try for total honesty, who insist on sharing every thought and feeling, who refuse to hold anything back, they often destroy what they're trying to strengthen. Because total honesty is a weight that most relationships can't bear. A little bit of mercy, a little bit of tact, a little bit of strategic silence. These are the lies that let love survive. I want to tell you about a study. Researchers asked participants to go an entire day without lying. Complete honesty for 24 hours. Say only true things. Don't omit, don't exaggerate, don't spin. If someone asks how you're doing, tell them. If someone asks your opinion, give it. No white lies, no social lubricant, no merciful silences. It was brutal. Participants reported constant social friction. Conversations that usually flowed easily became minefields. Small talk, the lubricant of daily interaction, became almost impossible. How do you do small talk without any of the tiny politenesses, the harmless exaggerations, the conventional responses that aren't quite true, but aren't really lies either? How was your weekend? Becomes a trap. Do you tell them it was fine when actually you spent most of it anxious and scrolling your phone? Do you unload the full truth on a colleague who was just being polite? That's a nice shirt. Becomes impossible to say unless you genuinely, specifically, enthusiastically admire the shirt. No more casual compliments. No more social smoothing. We should get together sometime. That thing everyone says and no one means becomes unspeakable. You either have to propose specific plans or admit you don't actually want to see this person. Some participants damaged relationships. They said things they couldn't take back. The truth, it turned out, was not always welcome, not always helpful, not always kind. One participant told a friend what she really thought of her boyfriend. The friendship didn't recover. Another participant answered honestly when his mother asked if he was happy with his life. The resulting conversation lasted for hours and left everyone feeling worse. By the end of the day, most participants were exhausted. The effort of monitoring every statement, filtering out anything that wasn't strictly accurate, refusing the easy shorthand of social lying. It was cognitively draining in a way they hadn't expected. They also reported something surprising. They felt more isolated. Without the small lies that connect us, they felt like strangers in their own lives. The lies, they realized, weren't walls between them and other people. They were bridges. This is what life would be like in that hypothetical world where no one can lie. Not liberating, not pure, not better, just harder, lonelier, more bruising. So what do we do with this? I'm not telling you to lie more. I'm not giving you permission to deceive the people who trust you. I'm not saying honesty doesn't matter or that truth isn't valuable. I'm saying the picture is more complicated than we pretend. We live in a world where lying is condemned and constantly practiced, where honesty is praised and rarely delivered, where everyone knows that social life requires a certain amount of fiction, but we're not supposed to say that out loud. Maybe we should say it out loud. Maybe acknowledging the role of lying in human life would make us more honest, paradoxically. Honest about our dishonesty. Clear-eyed about the fictions we maintain. Because the alternative, pretending that we're all basically honest, that lying is aberration rather than norm, that truth flows naturally between people, that's its own kind of lie, and not a particularly useful one. The word sincere comes from Latin. The traditional etymology, probably false but poetic, says it derives from sincera, meaning without wax. The story goes that Roman sculptors would sometimes hide cracks in their marble with wax. The sculpture would look perfect until the wax melted in the sun, revealing the flaws underneath. Sculptures sold as sincera were guaranteed to have no hidden defects, without wax, without filler, without the material that hides what's broken. But humans are all cracked. We're all flawed. We all have parts of ourselves that we hide, that we cover over, that we don't show to the world. The wax isn't deception. The wax is mercy, for ourselves and for others. To demand that everyone show their cracks all the time is to demand something inhuman, something that ignores the basic vulnerability of being a person, the constant negotiation between what we are and what we can bear to show. The beauty of being a liar isn't that lying is morally good. It's that lying acknowledges human limitation. It acknowledges that we can't be fully known, can't know others fully, can't live in the glaring light of complete truth without burning up. We need the shade. We need the softening. We need the small mercies of not saying everything we see. One more thing. The lies you tell yourself, the ones about your worth, your chances, your future, they might be the most important lies of all. Because here's what happens when you see yourself with perfect accuracy. You see someone limited, someone who will fail more than they succeed, someone whose impact on the world will probably be smaller than they hope, someone who will be forgotten not long after they die, remembered only in fading photographs and stories that grow less accurate with each telling. This is true for almost everyone. It's statistically accurate. It's the reality that depressive realism reveals. And it's unbearable, unlivable. The facts aren't wrong, but humans aren't built to operate on facts alone. We run on hope. We run on meaning. We run on the belief that what we're doing matters, that tomorrow might be better, that we're worth something despite all evidence to the contrary. These beliefs aren't always true. They might never be provably true, but they're necessary. They're the fuel that keeps us moving. They're what gets us out of bed on mornings when the bed seems like the only reasonable place to be. The entrepreneur who believes her startup will succeed when statistically it probably won't, needs that belief to keep going. The truth would stop her before she started. The artist who believes his work matters, when most art disappears without a trace, needs that belief to create. The truth would silence him. The person who believes they're worthy of love despite all their flaws, all their failures, all the ways they've disappointed themselves and others, needs that belief to open themselves to another person. The truth would close them off forever. The lie you tell yourself when you wake up in the morning, that today matters, that your efforts count, that there's a point to all of this. That lie might be the most beautiful thing about you. It's the lie that lets you try again. The lie that lets you love despite knowing how love ends. The lie that lets you build despite knowing that everything falls apart. Every morning, you construct a reason to continue. You tell yourself a story about why today is worth living, why your work is worth doing, why your relationships are worth maintaining. That story is not objectively true. How could it be? There is no objective truth about meaning. There is only the meaning you create, the significance you assign, the story you decide to tell. And that's enough. That's all any of us has. That's all any of us has ever had. We started with a world where nobody can lie. Let's end with the world we actually live in, the one where everyone lies all the time, in ways large and small, where honesty is partial at best, impossible at worst, where the space between people is bridged not by truth alone, but by tact, by mercy, by the kind fictions we agree to maintain. This world is messier than the one we pretend to want, less pure, less simple, but it's livable, it's human. It makes room for all the things we are, cracked and hidden, hoping and afraid, wanting to be known and terrified of being seen. You lied today, you'll lie tomorrow. You'll keep lying until the day you die, in ways you recognize and ways you don't. And that's fine. Lying isn't good, but lying is human, and being human is hard enough, without demanding that we also be perfect. The beauty of being a liar is that it's the only way to live, the only way to connect, the only way to get up in the morning and face a world that would crush you if you saw it too clearly. So tell your lies, the kind ones, the necessary ones, the ones that let love survive and hope persist and tomorrow feel possible. Tell the beautiful ones, the ones that let you try again. Have you ever gone back to someone who hurt you because they said they'd changed? And I'm not talking about, like, they forgot your birthday and apologized. I'm talking about someone who actually broke you, who made you feel small, who left. And then months later, or maybe years, they text. And they say they've been working on themselves. They've changed. They're different now. And you feel this pull, this dangerous hope, that you know is probably stupid, but you can't help it. Have you done that? Because if you have, I need to tell you something. And it's not what you think. It's not that you're weak. It's not that you're naive. It's that you're human. And human beings don't just want love. We want to rewrite the past. We want to take the story that destroyed us and make it end differently. So we keep going back to the same chapter, the same person, the same dynamic, convinced that this time, if we just love them enough, the ending will change. This is what Sigmund Freud called repetition compulsion. And understanding it might be the most important thing you ever learn about yourself. Okay, so there's this specific moment that I think a lot of us know. You're alone. Maybe it's been months since you talked to them. Maybe years. You've done the work, right? You went to therapy. You processed the pain. You told all your friends you're over it. You even believed it yourself. You moved on. And then your phone lights up. A text from them. And before you even read it, your body knows. Like, your heart rate goes up. Your hands are shaking a little. You feel something you haven't felt in so long. Hope. dangerous, irrational, stupid hope. And the message is always some version of the same thing. They've been thinking about you. They miss you. They've been working on themselves. Therapy, journaling, meditation, whatever the current vocabulary of self-improvement is. And they want you to know they get it now. They see what they did wrong. They understand how they hurt you. They're different now. They've changed, and they're sorry. So sorry. And you read this, and something inside you just liquefies. All the work you did, the boundaries you built, the clarity you fought for, it doesn't disappear exactly, but it softens. It becomes negotiable, because what they're offering isn't just themselves. They're offering a rewrite, a different ending to the story that broke you. And that is intoxicating, because you want to believe people can change. You want to believe your love wasn't wasted. You want to believe that this time, finally, impossibly, it'll be different. But here's the truth nobody wants to say out loud. And I wish someone had told me this when I was younger. People don't change for other people. They don't change because you love them enough, or because you give them another chance, or because you believe in them hard enough. People change when the pain of staying the same becomes unbearable to themselves. Not to you, to themselves. And most people never reach that point. Like most people are way more comfortable staying exactly who they are, even if who they are is someone who hurts you, than doing the brutal, years-long work of actual transformation. And this is what makes the question, can people actually change, so devastating. Because the answer is yes, sometimes, but almost never in the way you need them to. Almost never on your timeline, and almost never because you asked them to. So in 1920, Freud published this book, Beyond the Pleasure Principle, and it basically broke psychology. Because up until that point, everyone thought humans just want pleasure and avoid pain. Simple, right? Makes sense. But then Freud started noticing these things that didn't fit that model. He saw soldiers coming back from World War I with what they called shell shock. We'd call it PTSD now. And these guys were having nightmares every single night about the battlefield, reliving the trauma, not once, over and over and over. And Freud was like, wait, if the mind is designed to avoid pain, why would it force itself to relive the most painful experience repeatedly? That makes no sense. And then he watched this little kid playing with a wooden spool on a string. The kid would throw it away and go fort, that's German for gone, and then pull it back and go da, there, fort, da, over and over. And Freud realized this kid is reenacting his mother leaving and coming back. He's mastering the experience through repetition, trying to control what he couldn't control in reality. And then Freud looked at his patients, and he saw the same thing. People who kept choosing the same type of partner, like the woman whose father was an alcoholic. She'd married 3 alcoholic men. The guy whose mother was emotionally distant. He only dated unavailable women. And when Freud pointed this out to them, they always had explanations. Always insisted this time was different. This person was different. But it never was. The details changed. The names changed. The faces changed. But the dynamic, identical every single time. And Freud realized, this isn't bad luck. This isn't coincidence. This is compulsion. The unconscious mind doesn't remember trauma the way the conscious mind does. It can't analyze it or think about it or put it into words. So it does the only thing it knows how to do. It repeats it. It reenacts the original wound with new people in new contexts, trying to master what it couldn't master the first time. trying to get a different ending. But here's the devastating part. The ending never changes. Because you're not actually changing the situation. You're just running the same program with different actors. The person is new. The setting is new. But the structure, the power dynamic, the emotional unavailability, the cycle of hope and disappointment, that stays the same. Your unconscious doesn't care that this is a different person. It only recognizes the pattern. And the pattern says, this is familiar. This is home. This is where we try to get it right. So when someone who hurt you comes back and says they've changed, your response isn't really about them. It's about whether their return activates the compulsion. And it almost always does. Because the very fact that they hurt you and left means they already fit the pattern. They're already coded in your system as the person I need to make love me. And when they return, your unconscious interprets it as another chance, another opportunity to finally get the ending right. And this is why evidence doesn't matter. Like, you can list all the reasons they haven't actually changed. You can remember every time they promised before and broke that promise. You can see clearly that nothing substantial has shifted, and none of it will matter. Because your conscious mind isn't driving right now. Your unconscious is. And your unconscious doesn't care about evidence. It cares about pattern recognition. And this person fits the pattern. So the compulsion just activates automatically. Okay, there's this